Ana ostaje waka. Almost nothing could be. Nothing. Okay. So that's it. But major revelations be actually. Then you understand why they are not talking about corruption. Kwame, ade we me refi say see na say cross imagine. Check Professor Idai. Endra I'm saying on also kind or even maybe Class FM online is there. Or say Okoka corruption as you know. MPP for the dinner temper and yet did the attempt kuma. So you can check for me. Okay. All right. But mame nya sa adwuma we emra. Nyame ya aduma Frank Asare, or say I sack myself from MPP. That's how sacking free MPP. You don't need to stay in MPP. I've been saying this thing that me opportunity biya wa abamuda. But se me opportunity ewa abamua. The first thing I will do is just to dismantle MPP. Eso will be guno. A criminal organization. You just need to write to various embassies and tell them why a criminal organization, a terrorist group. MPP is not a political party. When you check a Nema Omode National Security ni BNI under the 7-year rule of Akufo-Addo. And ye two omu free abemwa ye be documentary and Nema omo aye. Amanfo be dwiru omo ade a miamo of a kandapanom the national security aye okroma no. After see ye two omo free abemwa wie no. See ye kasa ye and yes ye kasa o. You better die your own documentary. I'm a Ghana for Ashe. And Obia wa bemu bia wunim nyansa no. You are not far from right to tag them as a terrorist organization. And trust me, you won't go wrong. International society, groups, organizations will support you. Any government, you better target MPP as a terrorist organization, a criminal organization. Look, a certain president for the first time in our history, you have a certain president yeah, he has been accused of running an armed robbery gang for the first time. For the first time in history. Yadi enim krano meme behunu a Fourth Republic there. Esha se manitia. Fourth Republic. Menye sure say a champon ne buzi anom ene a free fanom ne omo that records. Akufo-Addo is the only sitting president that he has been accused of running an armed robbery organization from the seat of government, seat of presidency. Andrew said, "Yeah, I see no sound." Me pacho Andrew's checking. What video no? Wadaroma. For the first time. For the first time, we have a president who has been accused as running a murder squad. No investigations, no response. The president, through the national security and their apparatus, and to me, and can't say no, I dear way, and you know, 2-3 years down. Maybe your friend say, girl, you know, your friend say, Sawabroni, 2019, right? Or 2020? 2019 or 2020. So almost your friend say, oh, dear, gwaja 3 years ni. There is no response. For the first time in our political history, that we have Ghana Police Service arrested and Crawford armed robbery from national security operatives at the presidency. Armed robbery, raping a 78-year-old woman for the first time. So do call court. So day. We don't know. For the first time, even Rollins military rule, who said there will be that military rule. But we are witnessing it today. So tell me why, when you get power, you can't tag these people as criminal organization. Criminals now come abom. And use any legal means to go after them. I know NDC Nisa Kukodron, they can't do it. JM Numu Nisa Kukodrono. Do you know why? My brother, my sister, they are my friends. You know, friends. You're now for phony. Where am I down for? Where am I down for? Madame Fournier. And that is the reason why maybe they will allow them to go. But say NDC we need na NDC si wamo kone in a strict way. I'm telling you, there is no way that they are going to survive. A terrorist organization. When you have the national security that attack people in the night, they only attack people in the night, maim them, kill some. It's a terrorist organization. Yes. Because se me on my ba na se ma fumo a You use legal means to arrest me daytime. Minie obianko baby. What for case Bobie, you think NDC is a saint party? Of a Kenyan na sabit afrache unimuntia. You are not sad that your national security, your sika, your taxes, your moka. Then somebody is using the national security to run a armed robbery gang. When you America, a daily graphic mu, a news mu, bepemene, wafake, your own president has been accused of running a murder squad on Timi Mien and on Kasaye. Not even the entire government machinery, not even the interior ministry, and Ansah, nothing. You are not sad. You are not sad. But you see, me Bobie Ansah, and you must say, Sanka Akufo-Addo, and even Nenya Akufo-Addo, the lives of SK Buafonom, Aprekunom, Kwakuba Konum, those days, the way they were talking about good governance, they made it look clear that Rawlings and the NDC a trafo bloodthirsty political party. I wonder, Senyama way esi Mills Mahama Apenswa that a president can send people to go after a woman, to go and kill her, rape her. No, Obano Babon Timber Kasaya. Kabinim de Kwakuba Kune Kwamesifaka and Obey Yawam. They will start all of a sudden, they will start talking about good governance. They will let everybody know that they understand good governance. And they will let people know that no, this is not the way we want to go. Kabate, they will start organizing, town hall meetings, explaining. It's unheard of. Say, mintiasia so bia ya jime me taxes ya di tua de ka no wa fatu anadwo no aside ya besi me so as an armed robber. Ni ya che no. See di wo mo asem, see ndi wo mo asem, we don't know. And you are not sad. What to say ku yitre enya wo ya enya wo ya mo nse say eh. E dia ni ya hui. So assuming one day we get somebody who is worse than Akufo-Addo, just imagine what will go on our South Street way. We are not doing anything to protect even your future generation. That what we are going through today, may it never happen to us any day, any time again. Enyo ferry. The only man me MPP ni a criminal organization. Abrako and Samia Oku issue is still with the police that Samia Oku sent people to come and kill her. Senya Madame Fournier wa bamuno didi mame bidi. And NDC say, look, we want to cleanse the system, clean the country. You can't tell me these people, criminal organization. Somebody like Samuel, even or court parliament, we need to move him out and bring him to come and face the law. Samuel Kujanian and Yabrea or Kopam Doku are free a year a whole so that and both MPP and DC, they just run to parliament just to hide from their iniquities. But So John Mahama no fail to do that, not almost as business as usual. Trust me, there are citizens ahwa chire womo ewo Akufo-Addo ne Kandapano boys in Semua. They will retaliate. They will go after their families. Jesus Sami Okunu se so mo abusuafo. Say Sami Okune ayi nenam. Ayi e friend say boy no a omo do omo call ayawa asokobo ayi house for ye namfofo no. Double. Say Sami Okune omo nenam. Jesus omo se so mo abusuafo dwane. Because say Jomama no e fail to deal with them. The citizens will take up their destiny into their own hands and go after their families. They won't go after them. They won't mind. Nobody will mind Obi to self in that power. When you know, nobody will mind him. But people will go after their families. The same way you hurt people, people will hurt you back on the street. You crushed innocent people. You killed innocent people. You have destroyed innocent people's life. They will organize boys and come at you. Because, why? Why? Something you preached against under Rawlings regime. Thinking, say, you are coming to give us good governance. You are doing even worse. All right, thank you. But my one be mesra a futu for issue no. A futu. Yes, so demonstration. And a futu issue no is about omo site, Ramsey site. Yes, omo de omo ma Australian company bi akotu lithium. Ewo eho. And a futu for no so omo mpene. You see, a futu for no should deal with their chiefs. I won't waste time on this because me in free futu. The other can be anywhere, it will work. I heard Afenyo Markins blaming NDC. Afenyo Markins no me matisi yesu on free. I don't know whether any mami or any papa ni free. He is my friend. I don't have any problem with him. But I heard Afenyo blaming the NDC. Me make a chile kromo for say. Na omonyere womo. If they are able to sell that site to Australian company, omoni ahimfono na yes they should stop attacking the MPP and focus on their chiefs. Nancy Santimampon recently, we had the same problem. I want Santimampon. Where there, Yamia Nimye, that's a Nabosu, one found Kohon. Where there, 1,000 Kohon. Now, Mampon hima, almost sorry, Jina, not ye probia manaba say, Mampon Crua, not Jinapo. Akufo-Addo Jinapo. Ono ya Samuel, right? Samuel Jinapo. Jinapo so frafrafo no mo tie fie achi ho ne ye wo. Ya wo mampon uko senya ya de oto me na nakwa me agei. Because na papa eye adwuma ho. Na wanyini no afri krom ho ne epo obi amana be sai mampon krom no na ye wo na wo fa nkrofo de wo mo akose kro no. Enti afutufo no so mu ye deda omo fa nkyere ahemfo no so Say ahemfo no amboa wo mo a there is no way any politician ebetimi awura saa kwaye brentuo no mu akodi saa bone no. Matese minia afenyo market kase NDC for na insight chrome for me free wo ose ana makase obi chrome asem ka no omo ana ti wo mo asem ase ti se on betna wo se chrome ahemfo betna ho na omo bawura ho na se omo ase niema over to them. Kwame, let us not waste time on this. Okay, so Akrokari Junior Thierry watching us live from Akrokari. Happy birthday to Wapai, the golden boy of Akrokari Fie. From Junior Thierry, shout out the whole Ghana Akrokari. Okay, so thank you. But another you be my menting through sir info analytics zongo you know fatua mame ya no dia ye be seda ye ho adwuma efri wo chena eko sa baomia de zongo card na ye campaign in MPP ye toma no a we kura kwa me refi enka me kai wo ma wo pe sa ni nsem ni bi ye toma no a zongo community no wa wie and Ghana ni bia wo follow me na area me ya de bia kire oketo abi. Would you just send him a message? You see the properties given to the late McTonto by General Champon is being taken away by someone parading as a national security officer. Kwame, all the full document we can't get it to. The whole screenshot here, no. But what is this? Part of the property has already been taken and used for an astroturf. Okay, sorry. But opeke and yet this document, but the best I am wajuma. Opeke nima. Ene aswase. Yaka zongo community sa. That is nima aswase. And info analytics said that ye zongo communities. You can't not region your Zongo community. It's a region, Christians or Bia Zongo communities. And in your mama was leading. But I know me mean into that won't waste time. Immoral Farouk says, I love your show since in Ghana. Since I came to Ghana, and I'm still following you in Saudi Arabia. Okay, so AB Pencil says, Bentel says, big bro, your position looking at where you sit. And occupying it doesn't matter where you come from. It is a national issue, so treat it as one of your own. You know already, the Chiefs are sellouts. Commander watching you live from. No, AB Bentel. Say, I have decided, say, Omone Ekufuad Beka Buma destroy sa place that there is nothing you can do. There is nothing. You can't do anything. Oh, it says, Ekufuad Baumianum MPP Oma tra apeto. You guys, you don't know. You can't do anything. You say you will just sit behind your microphone and talk. Beyond that, you can't do anything. Because look, says I won't be use microphone and free chroma for say. You can't do it. The law, will not allow you and does not allow you, and it's not proper. So you can only just look at them for them to do what they want to do. Beyond that, you can't do anything. Trust me, you can't do anything. They know you can't do anything. Senya kromo ayemfo, and the best sorry abua, ayem mabunu say, look, yam pne madie way enkoswa. Messi, you can't do shilly. Now, boys don't cry. When him the last minute on me, Ombeko krom ho. Na boys no mo demonstration no. Omo ko pes bibi kakra mo adi. No match boys no mienu against themselves. Oh yeah. Yeah, that a template, a plan, say a psychological warfare. They use the national security to do those things. They go to the town, no more enter our system, no many boys need be a casa. Then they turn some of the boys from here demonstration now against 2 months later, no more here demonstration leadership. No, a be a Australian company, echi. Never knew Sujinafa, no more the CNE. Yeah, where they say a Jumaka too heavy. Where near Jumaka Sabia. Unim movement away. So. And Yancha, Obatis says, oh, if you for no more call demonstration, no more. Because, it got to a point. Now almost Sumankro for Momko areas, Kagu boys now soon. And I saw the Tuni time you cry, that be a Wuka on Betu. The other na yan shen M1 yen to ye share. Yeah. So that's okay. But may you suggest 15 minutes, they are class I deal with, then I'll deal with my panel. I have issues Bianca may deal with a state lands. And with the state lands, maybe I'll be dealing with the state lands later. 24-hour economy. I will touch on it. But me will just one issue. Corruption. Ye probia menaka corruption somewhere. Ye nyo bia say e Joyce I. Say you. I don't know. Joyce I. Right? Ghana ni bia awie wutem wo office. Question ba ku pena me pese obusa say adan na bawomia entimi embody corruption, that we will fight against corruption. Chrono ketasese. Looting. Ye lootu state no. Bawomia is not able to talk about it, say. MPP ebeku etia chrono. On countless occasions, Jomama has been bold, but not dealing with just Joyce Aye. Make our man for say a star 413 hash. CMG scatcher dear, and no man for dear. Sa raffle no a bow. Papa. Charlie? So they want to young fans the work by 2 weeks Nikrana. 5 cities, 2 weeks near say. Every week be I say 25, 50 in 2 weeks, 50 cities. So back a day be out of 5 cities. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so 25 cities. Young fans who any be the following week when no what the following week 500. What to 50? 450 naka. A boy man for pa sas a scratcher no. What the baby are? Would you just flip your phone? Star 413 hash. Now, Omo motor and tell me ya edio. What do question it? Wow, JJ. Wow, JJ. Obia send me message about a futu issue, no. And I'll send it to my personal mobile phone. Bobie, get yourself involved in this. We are all in it together. A futu is also your home. Me pacho menka say futu enye me home. What I mean, and say, adia aban we aya na adwene so obeye no se ekromofo ahemfo ene no ene omo an collaborate a they can't do it. Eni se maburu no beka asem a omo direct to ahemfo no mo mani nkobre MPP for so MPP they can't do it without a ahemfo no me ma sem nyina no ekromo mintimi nko enkoye hwe mintimi mfre obi ase hei I me can want some your friend say Afenyo is one of the people I like a lot. Though Torebiana or TS room, but so quite fans who Kufuado. Sometimes Opasa also Kufuado unless you become a fool. So sometimes I agree. But on a normal day when you talk to Afenyo, you realize that you are talking to a level-headed person. Unless I doubt person or kwaje fans when you kwase a untimi nkwa kufu ado anim ukwa abonto akwaji mi ho ba no amount fans beyond that, so they should talk to I'm here to talk to Afenyo to understand the whole issue, but so omo bibia omo no ma henfo na enka me I can't sit here then you incite people there kromo enye okro now what ya na o kan de wo pe no I can't do that. Inti nyase bia emfa me ho. What I'm saying is say a futufu asem and they should deal with it. The only thing I can help them to do omo emface omo ahemfo no. Why na JD why na GD why na anywhere nkasa Australia company will be see why so when they are able to understand the issues then they can pick it from there. Me point no timpacho mo bia amfame nkose me si efutufu asem emfame ho no Ghana efame ho, but at least we should allow efutufu to deal with their issues. Okay, now mame nya ade we yenkotie Joyce aye on corruption. Kwame even Joyce aye in any case Joyce aye ena ayi your friend is saying apiati disaster no board of trustees no mte no me pacho se maame no na da no right. Okay, Kwame, so yengo tie Joyce aye
and greatest aspiration should be the kingship of God in individual hearts and throughout the nation and the whole continent. 50 years and over, there are concerns that the church has not become the expected salt and light in our society. To the contrary, questions are being asked as to how a country with 70% self-professed Christians can experience such values deficit in so many areas of our national life. For instance, how do we explain the pervasive corruption in our society when such a high percentage of Ghanaians profess to be Christians? The implication is simple and straightforward. For the growth of the church in Ghana and the African continent to be meaningful, the issue of values must be at the center of the church's work. When we look around us, it becomes quite evident that something is wrong somewhere. Greed, lack of respect for authority and the elderly, worship of money over God and godly principles dominate the mindset of many, and unfortunately the youth who should be trained and nurtured to take over responsibility of the survival of the nation, they seem to be getting confused daily. The question as to how we got here lingers. We can, without effort, start a discussion and outline the various reasons, from cultural norms to poverty and deprivation to education and technological development and social media influence, as causes of our lingering moral calamity. And greatest aspiration should be the kingship of God in individual hearts and throughout the nation.
So, for Yamame Joyce Aye any every TME Yamame Joyce Aye say Ghana a Christo for yes 70%. But Ghana corruption. Ghana corruption. Kete aseshe. Chrono. Awi SM. Tie. Now, yanko tie osafu mafu. And mamenka sa asemwe. Or they say, Joyce Aye. Joyce Aye is part of this MPP government. Joyce Aye, Ken Farouk says the sound was very faint. We could not hear Joyce Aye well. But she was complaining about corruption. Joyce Aye is talking about corruption. Joyce Aye is a member of this MPP government and member of MPP party. Unapologetic member. A close ally of Akufo-Addo and Rebecca Akufo-Addo. That is Joyce Aye for you. Joyce Aye. Asemo kai we you know. Baye 3-4 months ago, na Osafu Mafu, another reckless criminal, very useless old man. Ghana, and this guy, this Osafu Mafu, this Adia Bisano, Odo, and a coca say, Domama time or can say ye check on mine and near ma. Yentimi hwe emma entafo ya ajapade ni omukromu nche ajapade because something region eastern region and a mineral resources wo na omo ni hwe no omo na ebeche e de amaye Ghana fo osafmafo very stupid man ayesa osafmafo no na hwe ya nim ka kira ye say China ni betu galamsey na ye che no na ye jeli no a emfaso bay na oman we ebenya because ye kwako pesika ewo eye China. So we should allow Chinese to destroy our lands, destroy our farms, destroy our rivers and everything. Yes, a very stupid man. Very, very stupid man. And you're suffering. And a catcher and Crawford say there is no job for them in public service. Not or employing a ma. Yes, Osafma, very stupid man. Check the statements if free na numuba. It is an nim pepe. Now this guy, I go share press before me boy. And you go tie the onoso eka about corruption. Joyce Aye is complaining that we have about 70% population of Christians. Our Ghana. So how come? And Joyce Aye Busaya say, how did we get here? If you free in your bedroom, ha. Joyce Aye say a greed, lack of respect, worship of money. I will show you that Josiah Aye, Joyce Aye represents greed, lack of respect, and love for money, and hypocrisy. Sama ameno sanye Yesu moja abe pate nyame abufu a kese de na nyame de yetiti Israel for no on e wasre so no on agrada na nyame de ye adwuma no kese sa no de she doesn't even deserve to hold Bible scriptures and read it. I'm talking about Joyce Aye. Now you go to yourself mafo. One also can the same thing.
In our body politics, the Christian community has a role to play. 72% of the population is Christianity. So, what kind of message do we continuously give to that population of the country? What kind of moral lessons are we able to put through this huge percentage? If we are not able to do anything to make certain changes, then Christianity itself has a problem in terms of making our words work. So I think we need to go back and visit and go back to the drawing board to see what we should do as a Christian group to influence the behavior of the system in this country. Is it that your preachings, your moral lessons are now not effective? We should ask few questions. If indeed 72% of us are Christians and corruption begins to go from bad to worse, then there is something wrong with even the message we give from this 72% of the population. What's really happening? We need to do some introspection. And as a country, together with the government, take certain actions to redeem the nation from, say, corruption. We have to. We can't allow to just talk about it and continue to talk about it and not and decadence in our body politics. The Christian community has a role to play. 72% of the population is Christianity. So, what kind of message do we continuously give to that population?
This is Osaf Mafu. Osaf Mafu ni complaining and talking about corruption. Osaf Mafu say about 72% of Ghanaians they are Christians. Osaf Mafu. Just I say about 70% and they are Christians. And sani problem you know when na ewo MPP abemu. Two no, they are in MPP government. Yes, MPP abemu. In fact, ye seniors ewa Akufo-Addo amamuomu. Sankrofo when me and you claim they are Christians. Joyce and the Joyce ti krom ha. And the Ghana from one woman. Joyce I say until say Akufo-Addo timi efa oman esika ediko fro a private jet and enjoy himself with girls in the private jet. And the Joyce I say until. And she's complaining about corruption. That is stupidity. You see, sir, mokasa nkwasiam say ya joysaye ye be mo hu se nkwasiasem na wugina wa wo ka kire ye Ghana fo no wo se wanyini na de opa bia na waye wodi Rebecca ekoba no a okunu ede oman sika efa private jet edware ema ewom for the defense minister to come to parliament and justify say ewiemhye president Kufuor toye no a ono ni patenten gram ono toye no a otimi tremu no Kufuor du wei akwatia wei antimi ntremu na ne nan ontimi stretch ne nan ewo eye aeroplane mu afei ontimi ndware edwaye eni joysaye wante wuntu nimu da se krom ha Kufuor do spend over 10 million Ghana cedis on just flying private jets. And you nim, Joyce, you don't know. And you are who say stupid questions. That how did we get here? Yanam when you actually anu atunu si ano e won yanam. Anyway, Ubusame, me. How did we get here? Ask Kufuor. Eya na mama ye filisi ase muhu ye se ase Ghana for ye Jimmy Fobi. So you mukoni pemu ana mo aye mo te say muni ma de kura esi mo ba na mo ne omo na ase aba abeye. So I say wouldn't say Osaf Mafo is involved in $1 million scandal. Wouldn't uti kroma wouldn't. Salt and pepper. Joysaye. Endi Joysaye. Adia Victor Kusi Boating aye ewa cathedral. Cathedral no a wo so ka board for no. Joysaye no asai ka ho. Ewa urade Nyankopon. Hwe yi cathedral for no to amam. Joysaye ka ho. Meboa. Joysaye ka cathedral no ho. Enu aja yibu say corruption e koso ka na ha no. Eye dan. Joysaye wo mo fa sika de koma obi odi trumuntu. Without even parliamentary approval. Joysaye. Yeah, more. More. You too so. Joysaye, how did we get here? Busa won say eye dan na mutimi ebubu Joysaye mutimi bubu eye judge for adan eguye over 56-7 apartments mu buguye just like that. You use state money and destroy state properties. Mu wiye na mu use national cathedral no na mu di symphoniska na mu di wiaye wafo asofo Johnny free board no mu. Joysaye, you are still part of that criminal board. Criminals. No akwa gira puppet so. Eya okore ena Bible daso ena watu ani achi watu ani ayira. No watu ani achi abesi wasum na akeka nkwase asem kire. Busaye say oman no corruption fire na ye free hen ye babeduru ha. You think we are fools, eh? You guys should think we are fools. And some of us, we just wake up every day and pray that one day another Rollins will just enter the system. And so wipe them away. Babun kontab chaye apieti Joysaye apieti when I done the last interview I met here or say Sikanu say say million Ghana cedis, they are not ready to disburse it. Oh, she said something funny. But me say nti Joyce aye unim bibia akora wo krom ha enti National Cathedral no a okuja twaye exposes wo ho enti kusi boatie ade a waye yen so nipa osofo baako pe oyusu D2 tin numbers 2 passport 2 bibia 22 a criminal woni criminal to board so akogina asore demu complain about corruption. Joyce aye say Joyce aye oya correct oya normal. We are normal. What do you mean now? You don't know. Unma de kura yesu okroma. Joyce say, uti kroma kene de Japan be ka kire ye say, Flagstaff House. Akufo ado ne na busuafo ne nkrofo atwitwa state lands nyina afa. Joyce say, I think am so we beneficiary, me ya sure. Aye Joyce say ni. Me pancho tiefo. Eyi cathedral no anya Joyce aye ni anya Victor Kusibuati ni na Joyce aye assign Victor Kusibuati hu bebusa Ghana for say den na corruption amene yi yanga asem o waka wo sem kwala ni didi atem. Joyce aye is talking say greed ena me ya duru ba bia ya duru why na ye greed e chen wo ne Rebecca ani Akufuado won na for form man Rebecca eye click wo Joyce aye eye click ena me Rebecca no ate why na ye greed e chen mo Joyce aye wadamfo woni ayi na ko empaibo ayi si ma me no ya friend say aha onu na ko empaibo Ansah wadamfo no onu na ko empaibo. You are talking about greed, lack of respect. Mubunipa. Mo, one Rebecca, mu group no, Samano, Mubunipa. Old age. Akwala kwasia de nyini beye penin kwasia. We are not going to hide anything. Yam filter bibia. Ye ntime momo, emra maye kwai. Obi antimi attack mo. It's not right. Yente jungle. But if you are a fool, no the 90-100 years, you can't say you are a fool. You are a fool. That is the only word. And I bamom one who see any abre. One your friend say, guy no, what is his name? Reverend Kusibuati. Ewo, hwede moya yen. Mo bujaje sadegu. Joyce aye oka ho. Mo bugu wie ye no. Mo wie sika afri National Cathedral no mu. Mo didim awia yen poto. Ana mo wo ema kuo gang. Eya na tie Joyce aye se ba bia wo man we abedru no eye worship of money. About for worship sika. Hey, Joyce aye buswada for Rebecca. Busa Rebecca. You worship pusika. Wo kasa about worshiping money. Ayi wadam for ne ayi Cecilia dapa. Ko busa sika mo sese good dem no. Awu enka Joyce ya wo je Bible no. Eya wo gire nimu. Na nka wo bobo saa ne ma no so. Na nka wo point won sa kire wo mo say look ade we enye. You steal the monies and you enjoy with them. After that, no baby say, then you drew her. No safma for no so kabi. Now you guys want to just come clean like be anywhere so on my way my head as if say obi na what power na wo ye na nyamwa. Shut up. And kasa asem ni bi da ema minti. Talking about corruption, asking questions about corruption. Ya mean for born in Joyce aye. May God forgive you. that in your closet unim enema wone wonam fofo ye oman we you know it tese mo se da ko sua scam no ma pam slit no kama no ma pepa mo space mu o twanity kama din o preach bible o ma quotations nkwa hwede o kano frata yeye so omo ba kwa otoba na che omo sa de no another useless man into omo ba din criminals okasa humbrasie din sana na tete sahindrins no omote yes tete sahindrins no oba din natari you white nana Bobie say oduru enipa ma no aboni mu ase no apagya ne mu no apagya ne ne onte se oka even raka onka dabi oni diatem onka bibia yes you sadi no moba omu nipa no makoto hello how are you I can't say be pronoun what the Bible quotation no I say why I been the kind of a group a group here a friend say Atachia Atachia unim say Atachia ko ICGC do you know okay Atachia ko ICGC why associate pastor
wow
yes our parish ya o preach on criminal organization e wo mu fie Kenoforiata visiting pastor to ICGC
oh sir
yes enti ya appointing no finance minister no onu Auditor Benedict call breakfast so kaya
ampa
yes onu Benedict call breakfast omu mi Benedict call ye we omu free wa now Joyce aye Auditor etreni
Sato no my aglo yes
Auditor nom ena womo bua for me aglo no to hear aglo no they almost represent MPP women's wing
oh
yes Auditor no ma ena omu training afenyi dazi
yes ampa
afenyi dazi protege ene Josaye
non na GJ president
wanwa ni protege ene Joyce aye wo mo akola ene Ansah yes omu ya ko fellowship ba ko wo mo ya evening service first pa no mo cantonments ha obako na omo bu nkotodwe no mo nyina to nyomo tonto awurade
so no mo pekwan be die bone
ene nyomo ye oh they go to obako no mo bompa ye nyanzi o we bind you Satan we bind you Satan we bind you Satan for years na mujina we Satan for na jina hono and I wonder why God just look at these people to just I mean
and I said nyankopon command for one and the baby I saw them be akosi say I saw that you kwakusi
na omo ba din unim wamo na on say Auditor ni trainee Manasseh Azuri
oh yes
Auditor ni trainee Manasseh Azuri look when you look at them they have similar posture they come I mean very quiet calm they keep their composure like they respect obwa e wo mo tikono bone nkwa
ena kanfo be ka se wasini no mle ni tirim
yes enti omo na training wo mo omo media boys bebre omo training wo mo me I know them omo training bebre and they want them to take over the system but omo de dachi bia de ye bebu omo okroma ye bebu omo street mu serious enkola no omo treni wo no ye bebu omo street mu dachi bia e be shock wo omo Rollins no de no kra ma because we have seen that omo dua another seed eye be ba be nyina be ha wo man we and ye nkwa do mbe fa so acha the next 2-3 years ye bebu omo buturo bia they will run away because omo training crofo into the system. Go out there, speak calmly, quiet, show respect.
No munji wini.
No munji wini.
O munji diya. Now they are woman.
Finish them.
Hi.
Inti can operate similar style. A Otabel style. Joyce nom on the way Joyce si kasa.
Ma Bobie when him say me ofa tisibo kan se bi kire me say namra wo say. Adoma ko me share obi na ni so oh let's pray. Na ma start hwem hu yi.
Yes.
Because obe so dey on that.
Yes.
Let's be no ma je di say wo dey wo kunkuni wunyam ya unwia me. Say ni pa no nya wo be wia.
Yes. Yes, Kion. A game plan. Because say wo ma me we wutimi ni kusi boatin tra one board so. E trans ye meeting. E bom paye. Na upie bebusa Ghana for say na corruption no here for na ya. I think you we are
anti dey question na one tea.
There be on tea.
Ah obi ye ma Mrs. Leader pass say sika ko guni dem. Ah won tra for say some idea no. On tea. Ah obi timi court. E kokodi njan hye de beto OSP so say o prosecute na nyeye. On tea. Oh wow.
Just say on tea. And on nam no obusa say he for na yes ano. On tea. Onuma de cro. Kion. Onuma de cro. That is the situation we find ourselves in.
Ah, Bank of Ghana boka system.
Until says Bank of Ghana Chesika, ya woman ko parliament.
Parliament an ko ji approval.
Nothing.
Until the Bank of Ghana boka so sit down $250 million.
Just say so until onima de obusa question, how did we get here? 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 What did Rebecca how did we get here? Rebecca Akufo-Addo ba akwa si hotel $6 million for cantonments akola no ye adwuma bai e ya just say u jade ho abebusa say how did we get here? How did we get here? How did we get here? Me dia na mo me dia na mo
omunsa ne namfofo ne omu na be kire kwan fa so yedu ba bi e wosisi because
Kion, that is my worry. Ask your friends. Ask Akufo-Addo enye say na okatire Ghana for say obeye. Ask Rebecca, say Rebecca nti de wukru ye nti eye. Ask Bawomia, say Bawomia nti kromo mo bone sa na eye. Say wo mu tre ni Samira duku bok kakraka de penti ni nyina no every choice aye no mo. Now when did ka tu de echi what we ni ayire when did ka to ye enye choice aye. Now ka Samira why no osuano sadu kuna ya na boba ko so tre no a ya na bibi ba ni hu ano ano de aso mo tikono enya Rebecca eduku a obon no
obi mesere se ya mpanyifo mo ndwena man hu kakra papa no ko kwatena TV susu ko na efre sem no finti se
ketia mo
ai ene esu na wai ene this the time also ko be su this the time also suma Ghana ene hospital man fo koma yare se wakobu buogu from
Kiao, se mo ba na mo be yesa se Ghana akwa Ghana for de mo be fa so no me kam papa na.
Oh Bobie, ya ni abre ni e ba o.
Kiao se mo ba na mo be di bone a enkrofo wo ye di yen na mo se gya be busa ye se e ye henfo na yesa. Akwa Ghana for nkola de mo be fa so no hu. Mu hu bi da. Because adia enkrofo wo ya yen e wo man we mu a Joyce aye osafo mafo no mutimi ko gina sore de mbusa se a Christopher 70% no him for the yes osafo mafo wo ba nose mask contract wo ba tesano wo je ye na no pam esam bottle e de ma school for nkola
already
osafo mafo
osamo mo yare
wo ba agiye ene opam sam bottle man crofo complain ye wo kroma ayi dan what tesano kwamo ba bia first pa na ayi Beman kwayo said ye wono at the opposite.
Oh, okay, nice. Me constituency wa baby.
Sale mo. Wono budget contract twitwi die say yadi. Uwia no aba bebusa me Bobie ni mesia ye ni hwe. Wo bebusa ye say na Christo for 70% no. Him for na yes ah. Ekufo do Anglican. Engabusa Anglican so for so musa Ekufo do say him for aden wo yes ah. Joyce aye ka kire ye say wonimu da wo wiase say yetimi eton state properties kra na anko due process
anya na anka speaker fie ye koton
onim
wasi jo lucky say won tima akwatra ya to am bi
kion samo ba
Bobie sentinel
na mo ba ye we know that human institutions mistakes beba. We understand.
Yes.
We are Ghanaians. We know. But Bonia Joyce afenyi dazinum kwaku ba ku matimi abo akufad mamo mo di wo man wei se mo ba na mo so mo ba sa kyo ye be man kola chesimo awia
Bobie yansu de anya sada
ye be man boys chesimo say
Ghana ye
o constituency o kan kwei south boys pe adwuma ye nkwada na ni abre
mani abre na no hu work no so hu ye
na se kyo se mutimi be di bone muni jo mama timi be di bone akufado mu adi ye akufado ne yire ne ma en na busuafo adi mu be di ye bia
Bobie eno ka de ensi da
Allah
eno de ensi
Allah kyo
Bobie ensi
mu be hu se enamfofo ya atamfo ye be ma boys ya chesi mo oman no beji butu enye de A+ no do mo sabata akufado hu ne bio oh ye be ma mo hu say yes eso obi di ne nkwatwa so because why aden hwejo Isaiah kwasi asema ka kire hey hwe kwasi asema ma mu ka kire hey
I sad
hwe kwasi asem wo baba ka kire ye say corruption na adoso na den na unim baby free ayamia
and it's started baby at no cocotti and sa national cathedral I want a corruption started
ayam nwanwa so we sa hu busa say
and it started it is na umusi no mind
ene kano foreta kwesi tourism ministry na efri na no a cathedral no insira de be baga na nya asem ketwa
wow
yeah
wow wa bra majijin ko for taxes we na mu DC na obi yare da kolebu dialysis center ya tumu nipa na otua tax ma na yare wo so won hwe no wo di sika ne kwa kosi akotu the most expensive
wo kase in the world wo kase we no mu DC bi am no benya asem wo majijin ko for taxes awia in the name of building a cathedral
sasa maka mo so ni besi da manyame na dan watimi asi
ono kenofuriata we
edan watimi asi
yarefo we ekosia tourism fo a wo ka kire wo mo se unim de ma bufu pa maami we Joyce one Rebecca ne nam Rebecca na banuma enemy sister Jankoma and a creative arts agency CEO the only CEO why CEO only appointment letter from ne papa nese enema appointment letter why CEO ewo agency wo mfie mienu miensani no appointment letter from nese yenim sika Jankoma eje from the agency allowance chese obi anim eno an so oto se CEO ono ne private logo ena okwa eda creative arts agency omo website
ojin huska
yes Jankoma Rebecca abanuma Jankoma wono any first person president ba only a appointment letter from Nese na otimi sign contract between a creative arts agency and the France government over 500,000 euros for creative arts.
Oh.
Yes.
Bobie.
Enya me na make o creative arts for kwadwo economy Google a e wo ba bia. Just say yes ohun ye. Ukofie wa ya no mo no jollof di mu ni hu nkomo. Muntie news. Just say untie news.
Na je say corruption je say afa ba bia. Yeah, OSP on. Dan in a press conference na a mesre san mare ho. O ka tama o mo te sa office na. Asem na ya papa se dun ketia kai. Wasi we. Enta cha kro muntimi nche no. Na wana ka sem pipi aban na nyu so ba be fight corruption.
Enti unim say on fight here. Don't rub it in our faces. Yes, you won't fight it.
And they don't care.
You won't fight it. But don't rub it in our faces. Don't do it. Don't disrespect us and complain that we open respect. You show us so much disrespect, and you complain that you want us to show you respect. We open respect. You don't respect us, the citizens. You don't respect us because you think we are fools. What take cathedral board so? Mo jem kwase asikadi. Ewia wo man. O wa dan force of wa okura din mienu. Tin number mienu. Passport mienu.
Anu hu hwe.
A criminal nkasa mrenke so wodam. Wa register companies by 100 different. Wa no so onu wanya sika wo de bo cathedral for ebosia. Na mo ase ache bosia na di. Na mo abaje hu interest free Ghana for ho. Krono ba na che we Joyce uwia no akofa bible akogina puppet ye okore so na ubusa Ghana for say eye den na afi de eye krono amene oman sei. How did we get here? You say ye na motorway no so double highway N1 no ye nam so any dru eye eha. How can you answer that stupid question when you have the president as a thief, when you have the vice as a thief, and you are asking us how did we get here? As if say yankola, as if say nim de ye o sama funya chance na so busa say ada na Kristo for do so na krono e wo krom asa krono krom asa no me tuwe mabawi awade wona kro na associate ya ntiam de domlevo adi
ya
yanka ho asem wie o ma no smacks yanka ho asem wie ye na jo say ye tikroma onto wanti moving pena wanti eye Akufo-Addo Rebecca na da for Rebecca banuma oye involved in eye your friend say sa oyo oyo na ayira no moving pena contract no
they almost say ayira pono so say
almost say evaporate here. That scandal Akufo-Addo ba is involved. Ukofie wonu a ye ka news baby ano social media no you say ante into baba bebusa me say me fie na krono ho ti wan na ebo krono no wo Ghana ha wante moving pina wante wasem wante aviation lines ho asem you say ante your friend say Christmas tree wante ye you say ante ye
boy chairman odan ye
wante ye
purchasing officer
wante ye onima de kro you say onima de kro hwe mo de monkoso pa monkoso
ba Bobie sad omo money dachi edi agoro
no eye sunsun money for na omo so they will destroy this country
omo money dachi edi agoro
eye sunsun money ena ehye wo mu no omo so because me hwe omo complaints under Rawlings regime
asemi na okay
na me be hwe eniema ne omo ya that they are so proud, that they are so happy, and they go about complaining. And then kwalabe muatsi. Yambarasem. Na Bernard Mona kosia eyi fremo paria. Na Bernard Mona no em se no Africa kra. Me fremo arbet bi asia me akaka san kwasia de no okaka na kire me.
Okani e kire no.
Bernard Monaco yo say no free ma pare kosia no a enu aba be gira me fie kwa no aswat ni fie no bi abetwam aba gira me fie kwa no ena me ba no ena ode watwere guso na wo bom dede na bom ma mi dede na bom ma mi dede na Bernard Boda hwe no
na first no mo bo John Mahama dede ndo onye
nipa se John Mahama etani
ndo onye nipa
etani Akufo Addo ye akani
you
John Mahama etani
ye do mase
keno foreta sori anopa no abobandana kwase awei wo sori anopa no abobandana no amachi akọ Jubilee House so ko demonstration se kom de wo mo okwa woni na yire yanu de na nya dede arise Ghana for ko ye a friend say demonstration no sia Bernard Bona my son my den na me se me ma me ni amefere kwase akro no se ya ba me panimu mo bon saa no a munyo obi ama na nka nkire mo no ya just mo bokro no saa just like that obi antimi ntumo fo se ade na mo ye no kro no entimu nyai na Bernard Bona gina ho na ono so hwe na ni di na nka batakare na 7 ni di bututi ana he dey di batakare ni me ntantwo ni nyina se wuti homa mukukuru mekoe my son me hwe wani mu mpo me hia okra me ni Akufo Addo hu nipa me hia nkra me pesa be hwe nanim na me manim no kwa ha wo kasa me ho me amanim no Bernard Bona na kwachi ano me cha he dey me mfiu sami jamfi wadi yan se sami jamfi kwose se bi begu ho na o invite ya me ni list we ko he as a tan
Bobie Bobie penso me no
me
o memu se do ye wudi agora ho
me hwe wanim na ma chia wo no wa be keka nkwase asem a kire me o because wo ka nkwase asem ba ko mienu the next one wo bo se de wasum na mo sisi sami jamfi wadi national de omo ye omo me so me ni list we ete omo nchen sei right sei na nye list we nwi we no kosoro na ejira ho
nwi na charge onye bi beka
list we nwi fa sei ni jira suru sei tete na nwi no abafom na wo so na mi pes esire tro crusade na boko
komne ma
meti ade kwabra yenko twam wo ho kwabra yenko twam na msi yenko twam ni enam wo mo anim se ya me no nim kobo bia di untimi mbusam asem wo busam nkwase asem a metu aba no wo kura no wuru abeho mudi za enyema nkrofo ye no opposition eya akio enne omo complaining no I don't know what they are complaining about the things they did
na ne bibia se enne hwe enne ya bia hwe awofo bre ne kasa omo kasa just say
the country where I come from the truth is unironic.
All right, so that's it live on our Accra 100.5 Citizen Show Tuesday afternoon.
So
that's how we do it.
Who go say the truth? Christian can say silence. Islamic leaders silence. Kings and queens silence. Traditional leaders silence. Who will say the truth? Justice. We are the workers of physical. Now by no better. We are the workers of physical. One has no better. Who could say the truth? Justice. Who could say the truth? Justice. Oh, you need to know if you are satisfied. Now you're from the man come out. Only to be overcome, yeah. So I drunk everybody was afraid. to my quantity again. What's my bottom in one energy? But who go tell the truth? Nanai, what say me? Nanso bien person become awesome because everybody is afraid. I am afraid who I am. Who could draw for you not darling, who will say the truth? Obiaje konson so to grow to mensa to an epiaka cobrafo. If I need if when you know na so kutrata down so be dia back or why no keke. I feel me for the money more for free. The cross on my move. I just afraid more. I could draw for you another. Who goes say the truth? I buy the boat to you. Yeah, the bottom and the bee. Can't you sound your mouth in the man? With your mind with a shallow from but who go tell the truth? Do you see silence? Even journalists silence. Oh, then who go say the truth? Right is right, wrong is wrong. No matter how you justify. You say you wanna get rid of corruption. Someone want to help you. Now the person become your target. Jobless no they need senseless. Poverty no they need useless. One day they will resist.
Alright, so that's the live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Thank you so much. A dominant pimpima money etna area. We believe in you. And we believe someone to rescue this country. If there's a call, if there's a charge, we have a duty. Scavengers have taken over, and we need to rescue this country. As much as we are aware of the threats ahead of us, and I deal with Mecca next year, December 7th. John Mahama, se munya opportunity no. Don't repeat these mistakes, these nonsense, stupidity. Don't repeat it. We believe in you. We trust in you. And we trust the leadership of NDC to give us quality governance. Don't repeat it. Don't use our education for politics. JM, when you get the opportunity, don't use our education system for politics. Please. Please. Don't joke, don't toy with the future of our unborn generation. JM, when you get the opportunity, don't join hands with foreigners to loot us, to unleash illegal gold mining, galamsey on us. Don't do it. Please. Don't do it. Your mama, when you get a chance, don't use the national security on us. Don't use the national security as a robbery organization. Don't use it against innocent citizens. Don't kill innocent citizens. Don't eliminate your opponents in the night. Don't go after your opponents in the night. Your mama, don't do it. When you get the opportunity, don't use the national security to form a murder squad whereby you use state apparatus to chase people, maim and kill them. Don't form parallel military groups. Don't do it, please. JM, when you get the opportunity, men set taxes in Guyeso. Don't stifle the business community. Don't do it, please. Don't abandon projects. Don't abandon communities, please. Create enabling environment. Make us happy. Give us security. Let's live with love as one people. Please. Please. Don't let us feel like we are strangers. Please. Don't repeat MPP idiocy, stupidity, foolishness. Don't repeat it. Please, Mpaucho, please, please, please. Let us have a free environment. Please, please, John, please. We trust you. We believe in you. We know. We are certain in our minds that you lift the bar. We are certain in our minds that you will give us what we want as Ghanaians. We are clear in our minds that you will give us quality leadership. Please, please, do this for us. Sabaya nchirima. Ebetimi akase onipa bi transnear friend John Mama, so that some of us will not go back to Ashanti region in shame, so that we can walk back home with our heads up, our chest high. Please do this for us. Please. God bless you. Amen. Kiwa kwaba.
Yeah, nyaminia.
Boko there.
Nyamiadum na hoswe.
Nyamiadum boko. So Friday was a big day at Kankwe South.
Pa.
And I was there myself. Na efe, na ede, na enwawa. But my man microphone share crowd in the big Ghana for Keon is part of your panel members. And Charles Sakuwa will join us, Listo Kusipuku will join us. But Friday no Yekuja no ma Ogdi Jumedebi, and this man sitting here on a Okankwe South NDC PC. Only do a more to 2024. Difference near say
it's about 14,000.
Hey,
yeah,
14,000. 2020 no. 2021 at the Mokoe.
Kote Nikwe.
Unia.
Unia.
14,000. Ubeti.
Oh, Bobie. Bibia huna mio. Bobie 2024 margin a bet 10 between your number be 40,000. Now walk on crowd.
Kion, are you sure?
Oh yes. 100% sure.
Ube break 14,000 no?
Yes, I'm more 40,000.
How?
Bobie
figures ni I say.
Figures no. Na almost 80,000.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but non-year limited registration account. My GDA say cover almost 90.
Oh, okay.
90 plus. Yes.
So the 40 is possible.
Oh, it's possible. Memo 40,000.
Gap.
Gap pa. Gap pa.
I don't go. Kasa yam from.
Anyam frama. Me kana me ya. Me ka me ya.
14,000 difference.
Yes.
And we just say we are close gap no BM 40 amount.
Yes.
Okay, meba young kwanko share atie for young kwanko share yeah last Friday.
Omo frame the youth president. Mene me youth no men fafo na edi agoro wo ha. They know enema and start to make can betimi aye. Omo nu de maye pen. Enti gidie ne de me say feed there me bie ma no kan say me kosa contest we no. Oh, but the whole okan kwesa youth no bi ani age.
Really?
Because omo nu say me metimi abaye ne ma papa e wo kan kwesa. Binya ma aye krampo no. Schools be an assess say near the ma painting in renovate schools no.
Been in there.
Carnation North School, my renovate painting a kama. And now call Carnation K1 cluster of schools, near cluster of schools, my painting in be a kama. Yes. And Tommy never met me here. Any road be an condition and yeah, masiesie ene bu a bridges ni bu ha na ha adwen masiesie ene ma bebre school for nkora books ama chama o my nyama de ma ye bebre kan quiz out etimi o ka so di mi gina kwan ho a enkora no kwa nim ni kwan bu tempanyimfo
I see
pa even ya de ministry na mpi da kwan be gina ho a obi anim no
your friend say
da kwan anim man
oh okay me am nua ba
yes obi anim no so kin gina osisi a crowd be ba no
and this a winning seat in that
ya winning that 2024 is going to be the first time ya winning seat no
so dynamics ben o ama NDC winning that why
I know there ye niema bebre na e fa ye internal issues what party the nkete
okay
and sometimes resource bin man e be hia wo ho niema bebre and the factors in the doors but men prem ho nya de me to me bo na ma hwehwa find out the problems and some ma jump in it me tackle issues no nyina entina sa numbers ya hu ye no e bin si da e wo kan quiz out
I see
e bin si da and even I don't think say your demonstration kan ke binya sa numbers and wo munya registered voters o and nobody yes and nobody should think say numbers ni ye ko basi yam basi o bien bia o mu nyina fa kan quiz out me ya dia ho me pese bibia enye organic na mhu so okay numbers na me pe no me pese menu ni me ho asere me nko frankofo bi mfiri ba bi ma na ma dwen se oh manya numbers knowing that kofa na me de mo ba nya mo to aba ma me catch obias mo bia mba so obi amba yen announce keke se kion e benante no ba be ye work for change na yen hwe numbers ne be ba no eno ene be inform me say oh adiem nyuma ne niema ye o kan kwisa out no amount for a ready so mbaje kin na tuma na eno na hu ni sa no na baje di say printed t-shirt over 3000 ni na se ewo ba bia de gada ye no gathering point t-shirt ne sa na manfo bunko to je pachew a sign straight ti we kire say omukọ ma nya bia shampoo na doso and a man for a team t-shirt ba makachom so bia nya botre enkwan kosi week ye we t-shirt na dia kan dodo na beba
but that constituency e dey be pa na wo ho a wogiri say for quite a long time both NDC and MPP knew they have been crying for.
You see Okakwe South ye kan one of the richest constituency in Ghana.
Oh, how?
Because you see North Industrial Area, companies are kesiye industries.
Oh, okay.
You see ash foam, lettuce foam,
okay,
farm milk,
okay,
Gihawk, make me bo bebre.
I want to
nyina Okakwe South. And so you want ya kwan ye pa, ha? What dey kohwe Jerry for nanim ho no baby na first Royal Bank won. Jerry office bi ho. Na medwin se hwe kwan pa omanfo fasu ekotua taxes ma aban na sa akwan nya medwin ho amente ase
waka sebo sa akwan no ye fasu kotua to
ai e ma aban enso sa akwan na nipa na fasu kotua o won so manim ho pa so na enje amomu gate ba ko do ba close no unse no mo in and exit exit no ko do ma close no kra because enya ma untimi mfa ho tese NPP afane se ehode sabi wode entabo kwa benyo no paint ni blue white red obewene enti so mobile power ehode development pade lalai enya ya kwan fa nya government school so ho nso abobu ni nyina so nye anani blog bia yisi anka for library no matese MPP for na fa de your office.
Why is Bishop? Why is it?
I Ghana government today for school no dia.
Omo buy ya no mo see.
Dabi. I ho de dada.
E no mo kofa de yere.
E de your mo a party office.
Oh dabi wa.
Oh Bobie, most man.
Oh
dia me say. Me say what dia Bobie bra no so san fa won.
Onra teso we dey teso.
Bobie. Me say what dia bra na fo ni be hwa.
No, they can't do that.
Because mo nyoma
they can't do that.
Oh sir, any oma ye.
They can't do that.
O mo nya de any oma ye. Any oma ye e wo bishop school ho. Aya bra na be he. Omo for ka go sa nya hwio. Omo fire nya hwe.
Omo school be.
Bishop. So na free school no.
Omo a library.
Ai. Na ayan hu sa si ye nwi sa.
Ena MPP for afade ayo omo no constituency office.
Ai.
Omo om sesi a.
Ai.
Oh boy.
Oh, Bobie.
Then kesen to into obi betime twa asende sesi a.
Oh, Bobie. Wo ka sa manfo betime twa de asende sesi a.
Oma painting MPP colors.
Omo nyam painting but omo gusu ye. Bobie mi de me kan. Omo movie omo na ne
e bia na biom ko sia oye mpa ebo keke.
Omo ko ye mpa ebo. Enda ene senka Anglican sorry ben school na. Ti ko mo fa ho no omo nyam mpa ebo no ho. Yeah, school.
Are you sure?
I'm telling you. Almost for Kakusas in your now coming 2024. Says it in there a quarter dada.
But we send him a message. You say so would you say a quiet crown here? Anyway, because how much I said the youth population there is very, very high. Compared to other constituencies. And they have nothing.
Okay. Winim me say ene yen youth na ye wo Ghana ha no private companies come be employ no dodo na nwuma egu esan taxes aban we aso egu omo so afen so exchange rate teti omo ti na ho na be fa ho adwuma enti ade a ene start mako kian ma ye ne say mentimi hwe me manfo sa because me si me ba be di omanim enti adwuma ma fa say me mo skill training enti
wa sha se
o ma sha se any pa ma work ne keke o muni ne ma me yo medical sha se am ya kire o say the pastries any ice cream my year no am na twam eno me ya no different words we have 8 electoral wards enti my year one of the wards me we no but ye besan ye bi
yes we target NDC for nko
dab me o so tito ma twa kire afa o mo say adomako for all mimi we ye PPP we ye hwan obia ye di chempe
so training skills
say see ye mobile phone training mobile phone repairs ya shase
na omo besua
see the repair mobile phones free we ya masama tools unya table bi anu e no obi akuta mobile phone it say me Bobie mi wie JSS no satani e de na JSS mi ko sua san me sua se na repair TV ni radio eko KTI enti mi wo school ko amatoka
endu ye kumase
me kumase ni akora pa me ko state boys
you never dim komo
enti sani duma ya dia ho me hu ni se
say ye diem
enti me hu ni se youth no ensanu duma na me twa se me de betete wo me wie no a me san be kire obi ane de opɛ ti me de niema bebree eba me wie a me san be kire mo snail and mushroom farming and onya small space bia betime yen snail bebree ho and Bobie na okotwa ba nwa ba ko yesɛ
50 60 70
one boy yes baby o ka mo ton 100 se nwa no so kakra enti se mitimi ma ye treni wo mo na o de wusua o de fa ne se o de di agoro na de biwa se nwa wo yan na wo ko Kaneshi market chenkontomrasio cabbage ase na abenya wo de fa begum o mu bedi obo hu ano na o manyini na o munyina so o de commit for ba ko ton ba ko bia even 10 cedis na o timi 5000 wunya dwatiri enti weni ne market nkiti me share o ma me encourage you I want to empower the youth because munim say Ernest Admanko the ideas na gu mitri ma doson.
Anyway, congrats. Minimum say other programs did animu.
Oh yeah, baby.
All right, so that's the Live and 100.5. Would you say so? Kankwe South is my area, and it has a lot of companies and factories over there, but development is going down seriously. Okay, so this one is coming from Wood Eduji. Vivian upon here on Facebook says Winneba is part of Ghana. Another tester says Bobie still ask my question for me. What is the meaning of the kion idea?
Kion idea. You can't see come as a idea, but the funny say a American name. Mean Kiondaya. But it will history be actually.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a video home.
Okay, so Amido Sule says, good afternoon. Watching you live from Tema Casino. Bobie, the man can win the seat. Though I live in Tema, but I feel he can win the seat. Okay, so this one is coming from Amido Sule. In Tema Casino. All right. Me pacho, my member a year CM Jessica Achadi, my first winners, no. My member so to and from my for Kwame Frimpong says, and as Adomako's dream project is changing the narrative in Okankwe South. History will be made come 2024, and this one is coming from Kwame Frimpong. All right, so thank you, Kwame Frimpong. Okay, so another tester here. Let me check this one. Nayanko. Okay, now my main car man for say Fix My Right Company Limited. Fix My Right Company Limited. Almost here in Ghana for you na. Say Fix My Right Company Limited. A digital mechanical shop. They have experts in accident car repairs. Car enya enkwenshia ombe repair mount. Engine tuning, overhauling, body works, oven spraying, air conditioning services, upholstery works. Car no mu wa utumi so mbe wie na car no mu da kama. Electrical works, automatic gearbox repairs, maintenance and general servicing for all cars. We use special machines in detecting car faults. We give free towing services to our customers. Fix My Right Company Limited. See and come man for say cars omo ye ho ade pa Toyota, Nissan, BMW, VW, Hyundai, Kia, Mercedes Benz, Range Rover, Chevrolet, Ford trucks. Omo ye ho adwuma papa. Oka say baby doctors, nurses, bankers, government workers. Omo ababa beto ofromo no omo ababa beto ama free. Ye no omo nyoshi. Omonyoshe ai nyasem kuma o se dewu na dia desubio pa ne se womo ema free to winu a afi wo se ebia wo be so no ka bi si garage wo ton ache omo beto ama ka bi anya accident wo ton omo beto ama hey Fix My Right Company Limited. Oh la la dem ai Wamu Accra Academy school no ekwa no so ho I say wo call Odoko police quarters no obo se wamu wo sa Article Junction no Bengoy filling station no na fra wamu quick 0540 556020 me boso 0540 556020 Come website www.fixmyrightghana.com. One bit me eno edin komo. Okay, so CMG sketch there. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Me pacho menya me first winner na. Ana me komra. Please young man onya quick one. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. CMG sketch there. And here chow man for 500 Ghana cedis. What you say? Mentra we mayeshi e bomma wa wona akro no me bebobo me next winners me koba me do mo nyina ba betudwa. I'll be back like when Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Quick Credit Investment Microcredit Limited. O se enka cho man for se bosia no wo mu guso wo mo de ma se wo mo de aba 1500 kra wo mo be ma na de wo mo ni say wo pay startup loan, emergency loan, salary loan, working capital loan, existing business loan. Would them peche? Quick Credit and Investment Microcredit Limited. Almost sorry how much image now kwano me ho adwene. Boko insiwunu so kakre bi. Do you hear your Ghana card? With them una akro no. I'll be back.
Enkoyana, quick credit siasia say, sikape en nafum, intina yabasa ya bechecha o yam bosia bon shaya home, wutumi babusia edifia suya ye fee 1,500 Ghana cedis, edeko, na niawu hiane wa national ID card, wun hiya sa ubetu susu, wun hiya awawa, yen jisake biya antoho, wun sansun hiya se, wuni yembe buye futuo biya. Quick credits ewo homao say ye dwana wo pese wudi ana wo pese wo hye ejuma foforo ase ana say ye school fees ana bo eyeye wo sumi ejuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo na mum kai say ye mobosua ewo internet so afen so omantic akrobia batan Bank of Ghana nsa wo dwumedie yi mu enti tuturu kana frey yen wo 0302 200 390 ana 0596 920 833 Quick credit London made simple. Kai said, Media in Shishaya Kakra wo ho.
Hey, say the Mako who ever Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who crave me. Say enunti no manya award wa. Eya world best. Obian transe Emma Dumpem ya de. Ka say anase me boya de enkan to dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esa nyarwan te say ne ekuro etu no. Ne enkan ewana num. Oba na be mo pa wo. Ene enyarwan kaye.
Nansi ama me ka say ene spinal cord ho ekaye no. Greenfield ada romenti ene wasa so de gina na so ebiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sir. Ashushe di pedie mu ankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewa nungwa dogon Estate Junction last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe. For media some dabremo, Sisia de Wusidaya, any coins over Hukra, Essence Alu Africa, we got you covered. Alu Africa, Aye Jumekoka Sia, a bonny chance, Papa de Kudaso, any trusses are Ghana ha, any Yasia Fanenina, Yen ye Lydie. Young and a topo. Alu Africa, ewa bakwa somewhere dimu. A ban roofing sheet. Any trust say ye papa nkwadia. Eye honum and abenya pa ye quality. Sounds so affordable. Bedroom fish ye dionuni. A danya bru 2 million. And Alu Africa e cruso. What a news! Yan chance ye do crew dance no. Nia money dimune se emwo do. Na bani this one need this one. Fit is 0.35 mm. Echo says 0.5 mm. 0.35. Echo says 0.5. Alu Africa Trust so. Emwo do. Na a range fit 0.55. Echo say 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru wuda so a very nache amfote bury Alu Africa Trust no amfote ntimere enre nache good for all weather conditions ne boaso da for mo ankasa so beto dua pa de enkato Alu Africa Trust na bokwaye bretu no ho ban Alu Africa product ni nyina so ye ma 40 years warranty emfrishie duanai warranty hwehwe Alu Africa e was Spinters kwai na so ye ne MTN office no ana di nhwani mu ana say frɛ 0574 286292 se wodu takra de so a ye branch ni bi wo ho frɛ 0545 446852 na edumeku bia wo pese wo beto Alu Africa kwal ni bi no wo betimi walk in to your branch bia ye beton dia ma wo mo na wo de akodi dwumadie bia Alu Africa building made a sight.
Salute. Hey. When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow. Any offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Musam Wayahubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Drodon dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a whole car. No, Yamwa suing no, a boy who buy every home. And now Mumpa, Omuan Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Ya Omuntim Pose, Yaria Esomo, Imbusaba Mesa, and walk Kashi, and you are may move Bia Yato in row at to form 0246 208496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Kratui, what Jatu Musay.
Waba tele Accra FM, yeah, mommy. Wabatele Accra FM, yeah, mommy.
Tuesday afternoon. Yamamunyina ha yamamu Kwaba. All right, so let's do this quick one. Me wo juma kitikitibia me pese yeah. And okay, Kwaba, so we have Dom Level, right? As video talking about corruption. Then we have Kisia Jabin from the same office. No, from OSP office. So Dom Level was working with Auditor General Department. And Ghana for Momayen Concord tie Ura Dom Level after he was kicked out of office. Corruption. Yanko.
You have a good leader, things can happen. And the same way, if you have a bad leader too, you can be sure of what will happen.
I'm asking you this question because people do not think that we are progressing in the fight against corruption. There was some hope during your time, especially when all this surcharge and disallowance was happening. When you sit back, do you think we are on the right path when it comes to the fight against corruption? At least the president believes that he has done extremely well.
Well, that is a self-assessment and you cannot fault him for it. I would be surprised if he would be honest to say that countrymen are failed in the fight against corruption. But in my candid opinion, I don't think his assessment is very correct. He has done a few things which are okay. For instance, I told you about the budgetary allocation, which is fine. But then if you support the institution to go and do the work, and you don't take any action on the findings, I heard, for instance, the COVID audit report, which came out in Malawi. Immediately the president fired the minister who took some portion of the money and said the police should go after anybody at all who was cited in the report. So we must use the report. But it's not a matter of just funding the service or the office of the Auditor General. And when the findings come out, the president becomes the one who even defends the people who are found.
So specifically, which instance are you talking about? Is this still Crown Associates or?
Exactly. I still find it funny that I thought what the minimum the office of the president should do in all these corruption cases is to take a back seat and say, okay, please, Raymond, you have been mentioned.
But recently, the president listed cases where it was investigated and they were cleared by relevant state institutions, not by him in any way. Deploying any reference to being cleared.
Kudos to him. Do you believe the clearance? That was genuine clearance.
My personal views get me into trouble, so I want to hear your view on this matter.
Exactly, I'm with you. I don't believe that the president was very objective and sincere with us. I don't believe that. Because, you see, many times he even preempts the investigation. Before the investigation, when Honorable Cecilia Abinadapa's case came, nobody is finding her guilty of anything, okay? And the investigation has not even been completed, even before trial. But the tone of the letter from the office of the president.
You mean the party says, I am confident, like you, that at the end of the day, your integrity whilst in office will be established. And I wish you the very best in all your endeavors.
Good.
This is the president's concluding words to the woman who was leaving office as sanitation
minister.
Was it
necessary? To me, it was unnecessary.
It is his expression of confidence.
Yes, but you don't have to, because immediately you express that confidence. Remember, all this investigative machinery are under the president. No matter how independent you are, we have some respect for the presidency. If the first man, the first gentleman of the state is already taking sides or maybe expecting that nothing should happen, then are you surprised if nothing happens?
But of course, we know in that case something is happening. But I'll come to that point. There's a connecting point that I believe, and many in this republic may think you failed woefully. In one of your interviews with me, you told me you reformed the space of asset declaration.
Once you
all right, so we just heard a random level former Auditor General, and we'll make it serious points. Near Cassie no aswa. Yengotie Ejaben, the current OSP on corruption. On corruption.
The danger of this startling decision is again quite obvious. A judge has in the process granted 2 persons immunity from investigation, and in effect immunity from prosecution. This decision opens up a calamitous deluge, as every person under criminal investigation will be encouraged to take out suits to injunct investigation and prosecution bodies from investigating and prosecuting them. Indeed, there is a live case involving the OSP now, in which someone has taken the cue to seek to injunct the OSP from investigating them. The real and present danger looms largely on the consideration that by so doing, persons under investigation would end up conscripting the judiciary to clothe them with immunity from investigation and prosecution. Members of the press, I do not intend to sound as though I am predicting doom, but we are facing doom, and this is it. With this development, it will not be long. A suspected murderer or armed robber would boldly walk to court with the unthinkable prayer that the court should injunct law enforcement agencies from investigating him. We are not suggesting that the OSP does not make mistakes. We are not suggesting that we are infallible and that every case brought by the OSP or against the OSP should end in a favorable outcome to the OSP, no matter how improbable the evidence. That is not what we are saying. However, it seems to us that this flagship public agency created by law to fight corruption should receive better regard and consideration by the courts, and not this developing trend of dismissiveness and regression without regard to its governing enactments, and certainly not the erection of non-existent hurdles in its work and operations. I wish I did not have to say all this, but there is doom looming ahead of us, that very soon a murderer will boldly walk to court to seek an injunction. Should I feel frustrated and resign? I took an oath when I was sworn in. And in my life, when I take on the reins to do something, I do it to the best of my ability. Those who do not understand tree, please forgive me. They say I'm a unkwanoma. Me de me cry abo afore. Me ye de me to me. Emre so a ekọ. Yes. But there is doom looming ahead of us. They say I'm a unkwanoma. Me de me cry abo afore. Me ye de me to me. Emre so a ekọ.
All right, okay, so this one is coming from the OSP. Then, by 2 months ago, or be a new 2 months cry, you're going to go to Professor Adai. You're going to Professor Adai on corruption. You're going to Professor Adai. So, Mama Domlevo, Mama the current OSP, and Professor Adai Abe issued statement against Oman FM and the MPP agents for insulting him. And Professor Adai say he has never been an MPP member, neither NDC member. He has never joined any political party in his life. Abembe bom na bembe bom na bembe bom. A bembe bom. And yebema mo the battery Facebook page so that you guys can read exactly what
this
Professor Adai
will be given to you, provided you put 1 million upfront, or not that when you get your money. Then, and this is what Akufo-Addo must be thinking about, and if he knows about it, must be ashamed of. That now his people demand from you a certain amount before you be considered for the job. Why? Because then when they get it, whether the government pays you or not, they have gotten their money. As if people are in a hurry to loot the country before the end of Akufo-Addo's term. One of the greatest disappointment of Nana Akufo-Addo's regime is that, honestly, he raised the hope of Ghanaians. Ghanaians expected that we had gotten the leader with a vision, with the charisma, with the determination. And it seems if he doesn't redeem himself in the next 14 months, he will go down in history of one of the most disappointing leaders. And what the corruption, the arrogance, they think that there is Ghana is for them, and that, you know, without them Ghana would not be there. Even think some of them thinking that they should tell us who should be our next president. God forbid. The nurses, this road contract will be given to you, provided you put 1 million upfront, or not that when you get your money. Then, and this is what Akufo-Addo must be thinking about, and if he knows about it, must be ashamed of. That now his people demand from you a certain amount before you be considered for the job. Why? Because then when they get it, whether the government pays you or not, they have gotten their money. As if people are in a hurry to loot the country before the end of Akufo-Addo's term. One of the greatest disappointments of Nana Akufo-Addo's regime is that, honestly, he raised the hope of Ghanaians. Ghanaians expected that we had gotten the leader with a vision, with the charisma, with the determination. And it seems if he doesn't redeem himself in the next 14 months, he will go down in history of one of the most disappointing leaders. And what the corruption, the arrogance, they think that there is Ghana is for them, and that without them Ghana would not be there. Even some of them thinking that they should tell us who should be our next president. God forbid. The nurses, this road contract will be given to you, provided you put 1 million upfront, not that when you get your money. Then, and this is what Akufo-Addo must be thinking about, and if he knows about it, must be ashamed of. That now his people demand from you a certain amount before you be considered for the job. Why? Because then when they get it, whether the government pays you or not, they have gotten their money. As if people are...
we have Professor Adai. And interestingly, Professor Adai issued a statement. And let me just give you paragraph 1, paragraph 2. Press release by Emeritus Professor Stephen Adai. And I read, since I made a statement regarding corruption by public officials and the letdown of hope of Ghanaians regarding His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo's administration, which was aired on TV3 on 20th October 2023, there have been calculated lies and misinformation directed at tarnishing my credibility and integrity by obvious agents of the administration parading as journalists like Kwabena, the host of the National, and in brackets actually partisan agenda on Oman FM, which if not responded to may pass as truth by unsuspecting public. Then the paragraph 2 says, first, I have never joined any political party in my life. Thus, I am not a member of the New Patriotic Party or the National Democratic Congress or any other party. Neither have I ever lobbied for any position within any administration. Really? In the same vein, neither have I refused to serve my country when called upon, and I think I have the requisite capacity to do so. Okay, so let me just add the third paragraph to it and leave that one. On my return to Ghana after 15 years of international public service and diplomacy, I was appointed Director General of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, when His Excellency Jerry Rawlings was president in 2000. I continued as Director General and later First Rector as well as Chairman of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation during the presidency of His Excellency J. Kufuor. I was made a member of the Advisory Board of the Ministry of Finance when His Excellency Professor Mills was president. Additionally, I was a member of the board of the Environmental Protection Council and all the co-chairs of the Senchi concessions during President Mahamad's regime. Similarly, when I was asked to be on the Judicial Council and to chair the National Development Planning Commission and the Ghana Revenue Authority under His Excellency Akufo-Addo's first term, I accepted them as a call to service. So this is what OU2 to justify that he has served in various, regimes, and therefore regimes. Yes, belonging to. All right, so thank you. So this one is coming from Professor, but Okorezi corruption about Akufo-Addo that acquire Akufo-Addo do my name first. Nana, what follow Dom level on corruption? What follow Ajabin on corruption? What are there right now on corruption? Then the response. Then we have Martin Amidu here. When Martin Amidu left the OSP office, the kind of things he said about corruption under Akufo-Addo. So we are picking on this 5. Nenki him say Martin Amidu the Aneba and Kasonwa, then Domlevo then Ejabin. Then we have Adai. The Frimpong Boatin Marezi Kra Mbai. That the way Baby Akufa the corruption and do. And to sum it up, the UK ambassador to Ghana last 2 weeks says something. That Sika Akufa do no receive no but for corruption and on my way. And I think we have that flyer. So just put it here for me. Sika omo afano enyasem kuma. Nana yembiem.
Yo, arama menche tefo nyina omabo dompem. Na wie etie afide kese una udi chame wodwumadie mu. Na menche ami nua kion. So say maybe no na me tie dwumadie kodi na no na ekese pa. In fact me I least expected he could pull that crowd on the streets. And so I wish him well, more grease to your elbows, and then come to the substantive. Me, I have never believed that Akufo-Addo will ever fight corruption. Never. My main reason is Kwabena say Adiebi ye will stock in trader. You don't condemn at the chrono. Me who obia or ton we obekwa ko gina badwam say we enya de papada. Me who be that. So when who be that but you bet me aka kire me. Me who obi or ton cocaine obo hu de rule say cocaine nya de papa. Ntimi enyi ntumu da. Se obi a woye kromfo tutuboto ni bala wo julo pakwe ti se Akufo-Addo obeye na adwen se obekon atia ade a sabio eno na amananya opepa enya enada ni sebu akwan so agina simpie so eye campaign se opeso oye mampani kwara. The only reason why Akufo-Addo decided to become president was to come and rip us off and embezzle the funds and steal everything in the coffers of this country, even into a certain foreseeable future. His dream was to make sure a Japadi a Ghana for dia a chef from Krampa yen to Yano Krampono, one in the bush for Ebe only say Japadiano. Such a person cannot fight corruption. He's a thief, born and fed with thievery. Or Papa a Krampo. And now, dear, an animal person, now my book chrono, where my family no. Senegana, a common more brother. Sanyo my way no man young who did ya. Omo brother. What, Pacho, what is he say? Omo papa no mo yasamana ton. When anything industrial about them. What is say yes ni papa bi ebi kura na ebi omo nya hwe washing powder. Ana wo ye kreton. We dey make kreton na maka nana kebi na me fa the crazy. Omo nya hwe. Onu kura dey tu kwa Abidjan. Omo nya hwe. Eno koye say me aye lawyer for. Po ho. Me say senye Ghana sabusuano omo mo bra bia da. They be a lawyer. They are thieves. Akufo-Addo papa, look. He stole and made sure say he will rape this country. In fact, I can cry him for Ojuomo Sasia. Share a free electoral commission here, Koka radio about. Ojuan Sasa. Krono, indenture. Make I know I indenture money. Why you call for? Now, Koko to be there one ma. Etiada. Me tell say Akufo-Addo to me jam microphone and him. I can say I am incorruptible. No, yes, it's true. He will be incorruptible because he has grown beyond corruption. And by what he does now, he's a thief. People were like, is it not too harsh to think Akufo-Addo a thief? And I'm saying no. Obi a watimi party sika party MPP for yakwa kojeje primaries sika say nanu primaries omuko ye. Poafoko ni Kwabena Japan time. And this a crab no time. Yes, will be entry at 10,000. Opeso MP, Opeso APC. 10,000. Your primaries now we are come out the Abeba party no just so that we can raise funds to make your friend is saying party no active. Kwabena Kufuor ne McMahon Crawford no na ono so akwakogu your friend is saying a pot and harbor no wagu no wagu because he why ho we enye aban no mo be man ka ba na ko twere twere moche achi enye no a omo disikale ko to account a eye defunct na ewo under McMahon free woro Otanko Bichebilante became the chairman of the party. Akufuor knew Otanko Bichebilante will not be that
not countenance.
No, he will not subscribe to being a thief. Yeah. Even though I know he will do a snippet of it. And the idea, the damn quiet kakra but he will not be very deliberate too. They are not being deliberate in the crowd. Kakra. Akafia then one fan go to Otanka obi chebi account mu one fan to account a powerful konuma bie emu because powerful konuma ye no na Akufuor the party headquarters no ne Kenofo Atakronfo no ni nuanum na Akronfo kwa misi wonya hu sa busua na Akronfo nko a apart from a few of them make me sound muti Professor Dansonom ne maybe Fifi num ne just a handful of them
only ni pa so am pena sempa Kwame Akufu Akufu has been able to stay away
because on said that sad neck deep he has conscience not sometimes
enkwasiafo obi o na bokro no sa
no but Kwabena Omu neck deep in it and they are deliberate at it.
No, they are the architects.
Omu disikale ko to account num no and omu di ye. MPP fosika o. MPP nye Akufuor papa na ti ye o. Onu kura onye founding member o. Akufuor is not a founding member of MPP. Ye ne ti ye na onu ba be join ye. Ani ye na ho keka no, se na kromfo na ho keka o se unse baifo bia oni ni ofia ono ne tai mu de before dem promise what had you
before na sorry no papa ba sorry nyum
yes Kenofo
mu wi aduane a wona beka se mu sweetras ne mompa
no kre Kenofo pepe
morning devotion wona leadie wo obi sa pe ofi ope oni fi obefo
yes na onim omonyum okan ho pa na oye wo odi wachi pa ne so no ara no ye wu
wati
uye yake bikanu ne so no na okutia wu anaju boja ka iribom enyuma ni nara ye kwa omonyuma no
na omo na ohun se bi de omu fanti ye na Kromfo amefa
kyo udi wo Kromfo ofie de we de omu fanti ye na yansa Kromfo aba
what you say omusuba yes kaidi Kwabena immediately Akufuor buy here or can say or set up the special prosecutor office of the special prosecutor no Kwabena I knew what he was up to and I knew it was dead on arrival because look Kwabena you could not have been deliberate to be a thief under John Mahama even though people tried the reason why I'm beside John Mahama T me go sign T I cannot say John Mahama is a saint. I won't do that ever. No. Because me say apart from say me J Nyankopon di J Christo di I'm not religious but I'm very spiritual. And I know the words we speak are spirits. And they could be spirit and life or death. What must I say? I won't say John Mahama is a thief. But for John Mahama to have sacked Obi to say Victoria Hammer no Vicky no it just gave me that reason to believe that he cannot be a thief.
Just anyone
cannot.
By her utterance.
Even with her utterance.
Yeah. I envision say one day me $1 million
to make $1 million in politics.
Me jai. Hey. So in John Mahama's mind, where is she going to get that money from if not from thievery?
Solid question.
That is what got John Mahama pricking his conscience to believe that, look, if I'm not careful, an immoral act intolerable enough can happen in a regime me na me die nimu enu nti no ma me hohoro me nsam free bonea o susuo because politician senya krono pa na Akufo-Addo abo a Akufo-Addo he will be a beggar on the street. He cannot live on his salary. Na say no dey beto edro. He cannot. Gabi cannot survive. Senya krono Ghana sika no ma wi a Gabi cannot survive a day. Ne law firm no that be when ejimi obekọ law firm we our born we when e beko ne ho. Any politics na krono jimi a when e beko Gabi ho say me kwa koje onu mu wona mu abon how many times for try exams eno krapo no ya fa kweti kwa so akome omtimi e lawyer. Ojimi na lawyer nti we wan pana obekọ no say me call lawyer ni ho o call lawyer ni pa ho a say Gabi akwa bonfo we. Who knows next to nothing? Why never go confiance anti be dia tuo? Wo be a won university da. Enso ye lawyer. Why never go no so akwa akwaji council? We dey na woni trim. Peja papa certificate be a lawyer. Every the helicopters is
provided to respect the dignity of citizens and acknowledge their right to plan and also to learn the truth about our situation with energy. The report will contrast the existing arrogance in leadership with that of the respectful JDM, who builds the children and youth by offering lasting skills, quality education, serious adaptable training, who opens up the economy to create more space for jobs and self-actualization. The report will highlight a JDM who does not line up desperate young people in the heat of the tropical sun to march and salute him as head of state. For jobs that have no head, they have no tail, they have no future. The report will explain the foundations of the principles of the policies of the NDC, that they will see that the NDC strives and thrives on consensus building, from observation, study, analysis, vigorous debates that tolerate all views, to an agreement on the options at hand, and end with the inure to community, the inure to individual, in that order. The report will highlight, going forward, the critical processes that will lead to innovations and flexibilities of the brave, timely, intentional intervention of a 24-hour economy, as proposed by consulting widely with stakeholders and citizens across the country, because he respects everyone. I am not surprised at all that many labor groups, businesses and individuals have embraced the concept. It is a we can inspire a new generation of enterprises to adopt a multi-shift work system and wider participation in the economy, thereby ushering us all into a new and golden era of Ghanaian industry. Obiara baby. And by the time the policy is in full flight, a couple of years down the road, we should not be surprised to see how, from the vegetable seller to the miner, from the smallest hamlet to the crowded cities, from the farmer to the fisherfolk, from the young couple to the single parent, everyone will come and see and apply the benefits of the 24-hour economy for national, group and individual advancement. Please come join us in our hall meetings, in our town hall meetings, and other programs to learn more about this incredibly effective strategy. Do not fall victim to those who have realized that having failed in sloganeering and packaging, that they have exhausted all their strategies and therefore resort to deception and distraction. We are particularly pleased to see, as evidence incredible polls, that this visionary policy has caught on and resonated with the public.
He has refused to clear them, just so that they can prove that there was no equipment. All that was required for this government to do was to clear the medical equipment from the ports and give engineers of Big C access to the ambulances which have been parked at the Air Force Base in Accra, to install them, train personnel of the Ghana Ambulance Service to use them, and then formally take possession of the said ambulances. It therefore makes no sense that after refusing to do this simple task and allowing the ambulances to deteriorate for 8 years, my brother Godfrey Dame will turn around to persecute Honorable Atuforsen for allegedly causing financial loss to the state, when the loss has been clearly occasioned by the deliberate negligence of the government he represents. We firmly believe that the decision to take the minority leader and some others to court over this matter was born out of malicious, sinister, and wicked desire to silence him through unjust imprisonment, nothing more, nothing less. As we publicly stated from the very onset of this case, the timing and circumstances of this so-called prosecution shows that it was instituted mainly to intimidate and silence the then ranking member of finance, now minority leader, okay, soon to become majority leader, following his vehement opposition to the government's 2022 budget, the e-levy, and the general economic mismanagement by the Akufo-Addo government. This is the very embodiment of political witch hunt and persecution. But you see, he was a minority spokesperson on finance, and he was doing well. So as they were persecuting him, we kept promoting him because we thought he was doing very well for this country. Having set out the factual background of this whole matter, I will now proceed to address certain grave matters that have emerged from the ongoing trial, which border on professional misconduct and crime on the part of the Attorney General, Godfrey Dame. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, last Thursday, 23rd March 2024, the third accused person in this case, Richard Jakpa, took the stand to be cross-examined by counsel for Dr. Atuforsen. During this cross-examination, Attorney General Godfrey Odame shot up from his seat to accuse Mr. Richard Jakpa of defending Atuforsen rather than himself. In response to the Attorney General's accusation, Mr. Jakpa, who was testifying under oath and felt attacked without provocation, dropped a bombshell that Godfrey Odame, the Attorney General, has been having clandestine meetings and telephone conversations with him at odd hours to persuade him to falsely testify against the minority leader, Dr. Atuforsen, so that the prosecution can secure a conviction. So, Minister of Justice, you are not interested in justice, you are interested in just jailing somebody. You are supposed to be the person who will be delivering justice to your countrymen. You have now become the torchbearer of injustice because of political interest. This testimony by Mr. Japa was given to the court under oath and captured by the court's record. At last Thursday's hearing, the Attorney General, who was personally present, in the court, could not object to this damning evidence of Mr. Japa. He did not deny calling and meeting Japa at odd hours. Neither did he deny Japa's claim that he had been impressing on him to skew his testimony in a matter that will allow the state to secure a conviction against the minority leader. You have been accused of something and you are sitting there. You decide that the way to respond is through a press statement where you could have defended yourself there. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, in the period following this startling revelation, the NDC has obtained compelling evidence which support Mr. Japa's claim that the Attorney General indeed has engaged him on countless occasions and urged him to falsify, underline his testimony to aid the case of Attorney General against Dr. Kessel Atuforsen. This evidence points to a devious, diabolic, and dangerous plan by the Attorney General to secure conviction against Minority Leader Dr. Atuforsen at all costs, contrary to what the third accused knows and believes to be the truth. We have in our possession a series of recordings in which the Attorney General, Godfrey Dame, is clearly heard goading, urging, impressing upon, and actually coaching Mr. Japa to bear false testimony against the minority leader, Dr. Atuforsen. All of this desperate subordination by Mr. Dame is just because he is hell-bent on securing the incarceration of the minority leader unjustly. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of these recordings is a 16-minute, 5 seconds telephone conversation between Godfrey Dame and Richard Japa, the third accused person, held on the morning meaning 12 minutes after 7 a.m. of 9th April 2024, a day that the third accused, Richard Japa, was preparing to go to court to continue his testimony. In this recording, which I will play shortly, which we will play to your hearing and share with you shortly, Godfrey Dame, the Attorney General, is clearly heard doing the following. I want to prepare your mind so that when you are listening to them, you can understand what it is. In this recording, if you pay attention, you see that Godfrey Dame is heard impressing upon Richard Japa, the third accused, to skew his answers and testimony to support the petition's case. The prosecution's case, I beg your pardon. This was despite Mr. Jakpa's insistence that the lie the Attorney General wanted him to toe was dishonest, untenable, and that his conscience could not allow him to do so. The now dishonorable Attorney General then dangled the assurance that Richard Jakpa's acceptance to testify the Attorney General's way was not going to get him into any difficulty. Tell a lie and we will set you free. That was the agenda. If we tell a lie and we nail our enemy, not the state's enemy, but our enemy, we will set you free. And he says, no, my conscience doesn't allow me to do that. Conspiracy against an accused person. In the recording on the reference, Richard Jakpa reveals that Godfrey Dame had met him on several occasions at the residence of a Supreme Court judge, sitting Supreme Court judge, to impress upon him to testify in a manner that the prosecution wants in order to fix and wrongly jail the minority leader, Dr. Tufosu. Godfrey Dame did not refuse this statement by Richard Jakpa, except to caution him that they were speaking on phone and that he was not sure if anyone was recording their conversation. It's all contained in that tape. Also, Godfrey Dame is heard in the recording urging and coaching Richard Jakpa, albeit with strong protest from Mr. Jakpa, to provide answers that Jakpa knows to be false to the court. There is the issue of the professional misconduct too. The audio recording provides incontrovertible evidence of professional misconduct on the part of Godfrey Dame as a lawyer and a prosecutor. By talking to a represented person in an ongoing trial on the blind side of the represented person's lawyer and urging the represented person to testify in a manner that aids the prosecution's case, Godfrey Dame violently violated the legal professional code of ethics rule 2020 LI 2423 in many ways. I'm not a lawyer, but this was passed in Parliament. I'm a parliamentarian. This gross professional misconduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General, who was the leader of the bar, bears a high responsibility to adhere to the rules of ethics of the legal profession, is reprehensible and totally unpardonable. The next one has to do with the fabrication of evidence to pervert the course of justice. Minister of Justice fabricating evidence to pervert the course of justice. It is instructive to note that in the audio recording, Godfrey Dame is heard persuading Mr. Jakpa not to end his testimony by a particular time to allow him to travel, Godfrey Dame, to travel. the dishonorable Attorney General is also heard persuading Mr. Japa to procure and submit a fake medical excuse duty to the court, which he was scheduled to testify before that morning. Attorney General and Minister of Justice. This was to enable Godfrey Dame travel abroad without missing Japa's testimony. Attorney General, you are asking somebody who is before court for what you claim to be one crime to go and commit another one, to come and deceive the court.
Accra FM.
By asking a witness to fabricate evidence to deceive a court, Godfrey Dame, the Attorney General, sought to undermine the judicial and justice administration process in this country. This conduct of Godfrey Dame constitutes the offense of perjury, which is a crime punishable under the laws of Ghana, specifically section 213 and 214 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960, Act 29. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I would at this stage invite you. You have been salivating for some time now, but I want to invite you to the content of this recording, after which I'll make some important observations. Let me allow you.
You pay only after the goods have been delivered, because that's also the contract. Also.
Yes, but then the financial instrument for the project is an irrevocable letter of credit. So that credit letter has already been sent.
No problem. The contract requires that you pay by extra credits.
Yes, in addition, we should establish it upon the sign of the contract. So already you have paid
upon the sign of the contract for every 50 ambulance.
Yes. Upon the signing of the contract for every 50 ambulance, since there was no advance mobilization, advance payment, that LC was a security that you have to establish ahead.
No problem. It's not the contract for every 50 ambulance. Is it the contract for the contract for every 50 ambulance?
Pardon?
Is it the contract for, I'm saying upon the sign of the contract for every 50 ambulance?
Yes.
Is it the contract for the every 50 ambulance?
The contract is for 200 ambulances in tranches of 50, 50, 50.
Good, hold on. So that contract for 50 ambulance is different from this one?
No. It is, the contract is one contract for 200 ambulances, which has been broken down within the contract for every few, you establish LC for every 50 tranche. So you have 4 LCs for the 200 ambulances.
No, that part there, I disagree with you. But if you look at the terms and conditions, it's quite clear. And it should not be difficult for you to accept, because really it doesn't put you in any problem at all. That does not put you into any difficulty. I don't know the Minister of Finance. So for it, if you accept that, it doesn't put you in any difficulty.
The problem I have in accepting that for you is that in there are letters that confirm that both from.
You see, the witness is telling you what the situation is, what the true facts are. And you say he should testify in a certain particular way, and that it won't create any difficulty for him. He will go free and somebody else will be jailed for dishonesty. And the witness keeps insisting that it is against his conscience, he cannot do what you want done. Continue. Continue.
Government and for the principal. That is for every 50 ambulances. That confirms that. And I'll be tendering those letters in. So I cannot go against what
the letters say and the contract say, because I was the agent at that time. Japan business was the agent.
Hold on. LCs on site. Payment shall be in your first equation. There shall be no advance payment.
Yes.
What does advance payment mean?
What it means is that you are not the supplier was not going to be paid any cash, any money for him to use in procuring all the accessories and everything to manufacture. So the manufacturer will use his own money to buy the ambulance vans, all the accessories from across the globe, with the security from government being the LC. And the LC has been conditions precedent.
Hold on. Okay. Yes, advance payment not mean paying in advance of the delivery of the goods.
They said no advance payment.
Yes, advance payment means that you are paying before the goods are delivered to you.
No, they said no advance payment. Not that there's advance payment. Yes. No advance. Mean that you will not pay.
Yes, until the goods are delivered to you. No, sir.
Yes.
Yes, until the goods are delivered, you don't pay at all.
You don't pay.
No, sir. So, and then also it goes ahead to say that payment shall be in a free manner. LCs on site of goods. What is even LC on site of goods? What does it mean?
What LC on site of goods means is that when you ship the documents, when you ship the goods, when you ship the goods from your port of origin, the bill of lading of the goods is what you use as
LC on site of goods means when the goods have been shipped.
They have been shipped. And then when the goods have been shipped. Because you have gone to do principles. So what I'm trying to explain is that so you use the bill of lading. You use a bill of lading. You use a bill of lading.
You establish the LCs after.
Pause. You see the problem of Godfrey Dame. He doesn't understand anything about these international payments at all. And he wants the witness to accept his ignorance and then go to court to make a statement that will expose the witness as also as ignorant as Godfrey Dame. Because you see, what you call a letter of credit is just some guarantee. You sign an agreement with somebody that I'll supply these ambulances. But the person must also be secure that when he supplies the ambulances, there will be payment. So you sign a document that, look, the moment you are able to buy your equipment yourself and you ship them and you bring the bill of lading to me for me to satisfy myself that the equipment had been shipped and that this is the evidence that I will be receiving them on this date, then I can also authorize the bank to pay you what has been agreed upon. Because you can't go to the sea and reclaim the things back. You see, so that's all. So a letter of credit does not give you money until I eventually tell them to pay because I have received the items. So you are saying that somebody signed a letter of credit and so the nation has lost money. And your government took over. If you realize that the things have not been received, why would you authorize payment? So this is simple, but the problem the problem is ignorance. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Inspection.
No, the LC is established as soon as you sign the contract, you establish the LC, and that becomes the security comfort for the supplier to invest his money.
It says LCs on site of goods are signed upon the sign of the contract.
Yes.
For every 50 ambulances.
Yes.
Yes, which contract is this? It's not a contract for every 50 ambulances. So under this main contract, this is like the main contract.
The main contract, and LC for every 50 of the 200. So the contract is not saying that government should establish one LC, which is 15.8 million euros for the whole 200 at a go. No. Government has a bulk contract of 15.8 million euros. Now, this contract will become, the ambulance will become in tranches of 50 ambulances. So you establish your LC for the 50. When that 50 have been delivered and everything sorted out and handed over, another LC is established for another subsequent 50 until you finish all the 200. That is what the contract says. So the LC that was established.
Even then, no. I don't agree with your explanation. Even then, this explanation. That's not what happened in this case.
Okay, what happened?
Yes, that's not what happened. Yes, because the LC was established even before pre-shipment inspection.
Yes.
Also,
yes.
There was no pre-shipment inspection. So, so it means there was no basis for the LC to be established in the first place.
No.
Really not your problem anyway.
Right, that place, in that particular place, you are getting it wrong. If you may have patience for me to explain. You are getting it wrong there because when you establish LC, the LC had conditions precedent for it to be honored. And the condition precedent states that you can only cash the LC when you present shipping documents, which is bill of lading, to the Ghana International Bank of the buyer before the LC can be honored. So even though the LC was established upon the signing of the contract, was supposed to be established upon the signing of the contract, it cannot be cashed or honored. It becomes a form of security for the supplier to invest his own money. And when he ships the ambulances, he can then send a bill of lading to your bankers to then honor the LC, because that is a condition precedent.
In this case, even the LC was actually cashed. Everything, but payment was actually made before the goods were shipped.
No.
The goods got to Ghana.
No.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't have the supplier. There is no way under the sun he could have cashed the LC before the shipping document, which were condition precedent, was presented to Ghana International Bank. Even when he presented the document to Ghana International Bank refused to honor the LC, raising issues of discrepancy, which came back to Bank of Ghana, which later went to the Ministry of Health, and then Animana authorized Bank of Ghana through Ministry of Finance to pay because they had sorted out the discrepancies with Big C. That time, around this time, or the ambulances had already arrived in Ghana. You are not privy to this one, I'm telling you.
In my view, if we agree to this theory, it's so simple. The theory of the case.
Not agree to the way you want to go. The way you want to go about it.
If you agree to this deal, where the witness agrees with Godfred Odame the way he wants to go about the case, then the witness will have no case. There will be no difficulty for him. Into that part.
I decided not to say it because I want to help the AG make his case. And I asked myself, what is my interest in it?
I'm not asking you to really help me. I'm just going by it. Anyway, so that's fine. So this one was even just by the way.
I hope you get my difficulty. It's because I'm innocent and I'm going through ordeal. So I'm looking at another person also going to go through ordeal and through me because I know the truth and I decided not to say it. About question sentence. If I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest because I know that is not how it's supposed to be about it and how you want me to go about my answering question sentence. That time, around this time, or the ambulances had already arrived in Ghana. You are not privy to this one, I'm telling you.
In my view, if we agree to this theory, it's so simple. The theory of the case.
Not agree to the way you want to go. The way you want to go about it.
Let's agree. Let's describe it that way. Let's describe it that way. Do you want to go about it?
Okay, fine.
This way. It makes it simple.
Yes, it will make it.
It doesn't also involve. It doesn't involve any difficulty for you.
Yes, I agree. I understand your point.
When you say there's no advancement, yes. When you say there's no advancement, ordinarily meaning in Ghana that you don't pay until you get your goods. Now the contract here, even the clear terms, unless maybe you guys do not draft the contract, it says everything on site of goods shall be established upon the signing of the contract for every future.
No, the contract was drafted by government. It was done by government.
Oh, yes.
And it was an LG department perused the contract and approved the contract for government.
It is not a problem where they approve it. Every contract that's approved before later when they implement it, then problems.
You see, what the difficulty I have with your position is that, you see, frankly speaking, fine, as you are saying, if I agree to your position, how you want to go about it, and how you want me to go about my answering questions and things. If I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest because I know that is not how it's supposed to.
You heard him. This is the facts, but you want me to go about it your way. And I feel that if I go about it your way, I'll be dishonest. Continue.
Questions and things. If I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest because I know that is not how it's supposed to be. And I'll be dishonest, and I'll be dishonest in such a way that I'll be assisting for someone I know is completely innocent about this. For example, to force him to be jailed because I knew something was wrong, was not the way, and I decided to keep quiet and to answer the question in a way that will make your case better for you to jail him. I'll be battling with my conscience. That is the problem I'm having. Anytime you bring up this issue with Yonikulende, when Yonikulende in this place, anytime you bring this issue, that is my problem I'm having. Because me, for example, that is the problem I'm having. Anytime you bring up this issue, me to go about my answering questions and things. If I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest. Because I know that is not how it's supposed to be. And I'll be dishonest, and I'll be dishonest in such a way that I'll be assisting for someone I know is completely innocent about this. For example, to force him to be jailed because I knew something was wrong, was not the way, and I decided to keep quiet and to answer the question in a way that will make your case better for you to jail him. I'll be battling with my conscience. That is the problem I'm having. Anytime you bring up this issue with Yonikulende, when Yonikulende in this place, anytime you bring this issue, that is my problem I'm having. Because me, for example, I am in this case because I'm innocent and I'm going through ordeal. So I'm looking at another person also going to go through ordeal and through me because I know the truth and I decide not to say it because I want to help the AG make his case. And I ask myself, what is my interest in it?
I'm not asking you to really help me. I'm just going by it. But anyway, so that's fine. So this one was even just by the way.
I hope you get my difficulty.
It's on the phone. I don't even know that.
Oh no, don't worry about that one. My issue I'm just oh no. You and I will be meeting.
Please. Order. Please, let's listen to the tape, please. I beg you.
Oh no! You and I will be meeting. You'll be meeting me at my cousin's place, and you've been bringing this issue up several times. And I keep telling you that I can't do that because it doesn't sit well with me.
He's the man who says he has never met the witness. Continue.
Yeah. It's for every. So when you see the hair for every 50 ambulance, means that it's not only 50.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
For every, it means that it is not only 50.
All right.
Means that there are a lot of 50s that will be following. So that is what I was trying to explain to you. So frankly speaking, the LC that was established was was as a security for the supplier to invest his own money since there's no advance.
Yes, it is the same type of use to pay. Because LC was the means of payment and the agreement.
Yes. When the conditions precedents are met.
It is what? Very good that there are some documents.
That he has the bill of ladings, the ambulance have been shipped and the bill of ladings are presented. That is when you can catch the LC. So until you ship the ambulances, you can't catch the ambulance, you can't catch the LC.
It was done in this case also.
Yes, in this case, yes. When he shipped the ambulances, he then presented their documents to Ghana International Bank. And then Ghana International Bank refused to honor the LC and raised issues of discrepancies, which was later cleared by Animana at the Ministry of Health for payment to proceed. And that is how he was paid. So, in frankly speaking, if there's somebody who authorized this payment to go on, even though in Ghana International Bank raised issues of discrepancies, it's Animana. He was authorizing those payments.
But you will quote the Bank of Ghana officials and the Minister of officials, and even Secretary say that no payment can go on except with Minister of Finance authorization. There's no way Minister of Finance authorization. In fact, Minister of Finance actually in their letter they said no, they should go out and produce ambulances.
After that letter that Aite wrote that they should suspend production and those things was contrary to the terms of the contract, and that letter went to the office, the AG's office, and the AG debunked that letter and wrote his legal opinion and told her that they should proceed. So AG, that letter had been destroyed by your department, by your ministry. So that letter is of no value. It is the AG's legal opinion that overrode that letter, and Minister of Finance had to implement the AG's opinion.
And by the AG's legal opinion, the terms of contract were honored.
Yes.
Or the terms of contract were breached.
And because they were already breached, and the AG wanted them to honor it. So that Aite's letter that you want to rely on is of no value.
The terms of contract.
The ministry. Yeah, they still didn't honor some part of the contract. They honored the LC part, but when it came to a pre-shipment inspection, they refused to honor that particular part. So they waived their right to go and inspect, and then they turn around and blame people for you not going to inspect to rectify any manufacturing defect that the pre-shipment inspection was meant to cure. So Aite, through her negligence and refusal to implement the pre-shipment inspection, created this problem. That's what I was trying to head.
That's my timetable for the rest of the day.
That means that you are not going to be around.
So, and then even next week, the whole of next week, so I'll not be around. There's a way of you not even finishing next week. I would appreciate.
I'll not finish next week. I don't think I'll be able to finish because the documents are many. So you will surely go and come and meet me. But that will also depend upon the judge's behavior.
You can bring one medical excuse next week.
Okay.
Yes,
okay, fine. If you bring a medical excuse next week.
I think you.
You saying that I should bring a medical excuse next week.
You can if you want.
My brother, you want this one to issue bench warrant for me again?
You see, Attorney General asking the witness who is fit, who is not sick, to produce medical excuse duty to go and mislead the court. You see where we are now. Minister of Justice asking somebody who is not sick to go and forge a medical excuse duty to go and mislead the court. Please continue. Tape. Gramophone. Continue. You haven't. Ladies and gentlemen, of the media.
Accra FM.
I should continue talking again. The recording you just heard is one that is worrying, and all Ghanaians must be concerned about it. This is a scandal of unimaginable proportions that seriously exposes the criminal mindedness and lack of integrity of the Attorney General, my brother Godfred. Oh, if I have a criminal brother, it doesn't mean I'm a criminal. It also highlights the dishonesty of the prosecution in the ambulance trial and the desperate lengths they are prepared to go to secure wrongful conviction against Honorable Ato Forsen at all costs. Clearly, Mr. Dame, who as Attorney General ought to know better, was doing everything he could, including criminal acts, to defeat the long-cherished legal principle that it is better to set 1,000 guilty people free than to convict one innocent person. Again, this recording confirms our long-held position on Godfred Dame's notoriety for judicial manipulations against opponents of the Akufo-Addo regime. After many years of getting away with his shady, crooked, and underhand dealings, Godfred Dame's cap has become full, and his day of reckoning has finally arrived. Today, Godfred Dame stands exposed as an unethical, scheming, and devious Attorney General who will go to whatever lengths, including engaging in criminality, to unjustly silence, persecute, and imprison critics of his government. Dame is clearly a devious character, bereft of integrity, honor, Why should we be concerned about this tape recording at all? As I have already intimated, this tape recording captures professional misconduct, unethical behavior, and criminal conduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, Godfred Dame. This conduct of Attorney General Godfred Dame offends Rule 13, 40, and 54 of the Legal Professional Conduct and Etiquette Rules, quote unquote, LI 2324. I'm not a lawyer, but all these things were passed through Parliament. So if I'm quoting them, I'm not talking court matter. I'm talking about the laws we pass, in Parliament. Rule 13 of LI 2324, which is on communication with represented party. Communications with represented party. If there's a court case and somebody is represented by a lawyer, if another party is talking to that person, he must talk to him in the presence of his lawyer or through his lawyer. The law we pass, is that not what they mean? Yeah. Or with his consent. And it states, quote, a lawyer shall not approach, communicate, or deal with a represented person on a matter or attempt to negotiate or compromise a matter directly with a represented person except through or with the consent of the lawyer of that represented person. Black and white, that is the law. At the time that Mr. Godfrey Dame was calling and meeting Richard Jakpa at odd hours to urge, goad, impress upon, and coach him to testify the Attorney General's way, Mr. Jakpa was represented by a lawyer. They claim that the Attorney General has been engaging the third accused directly because he has been changing lawyers frequently is totally false. For instance, at the time Godfrey Dame engaged the third accused, Richard Jakpa, in the phone call conversation that we just played on 9 April 2024, the third accused was represented by the distinguished lawyer Thaddeus Sorry. It is clear from the tape recording that Godfrey Dame was communicating with the third accused, Richard Jakpa, on the blind side of his lawyer as well as the court, and he was attempting to compromise Jakpa in order to wrongfully convict Dr. Atuforsen. This is a cardinal sin against the legal profession. Quote, Professional Conduct and Etiquette Rules. That is contained in LI 2324. Again, Rule 41 of LI, the same LI 2324, which highlights special responsibilities of a prosecutor states. Quote, where a lawyer acts as a prosecutor, in this case, where Godfrey Dame acts as a prosecutor, the lawyer shall act resolutely and honorably within the limits of the law and shall treat the court or tribunal with candor, fairness, courtesy, and respect. Unquote. It is clear from this tape that Godfrey Dame's conduct violates Rule 41 of LI 2023. He consciously, deliberately, and knowingly did not act resolutely nor honorably. Neither did Dame treat the court with candor, fairness, and respect that all lawyers, and in this particular case, prosecutors, are required by law to do. The standard of integrity of evidence is also provided for by Rule 54 of LI 2324, and it states, I beg to quote, Rule 54(1), a lawyer shall not advise or suggest to a witness to give false evidence. So a lawyer shall not advise a healthy person to procure excuse duty from fraudulently to come and mislead the court. 2, a lawyer shall not suggest A or B, condone a client or another person suggesting to a prospective witness the content of any particular evidence which the witness should give at any stage in the proceeding. You heard him suggesting to the witness how he should talk, how he should answer questions so they can jail Atuforsen and he will be free. This is the duty placed by law on all lawyers, including the Attorney General. Godfrey Dame, by his conduct, which are captured on this tape, clearly violates this duty and place this duty placed on him as a lawyer. Again, Godfrey Dame's conduct violates Section 315 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960 Act 29, which is on fabrication of evidence and states as follows. Whoever fabricates evidence with the intent to defeat, obstruct, or pervert the course of justice in any proceeding shall be liable to the same penalties as if he had committed perjury in that proceedings. It is clear from the tape recording that Mr. Dame was urging, goading, and encouraging the third accused to fabricate evidence in the form of a fake medical excuse duty to deceive the trial court. Ladies and gentlemen, we now get to false entrapment excuse that Godfrey Dame seems to be relying on. We note that following Mr. Richard Jakpa's explosive testimony last Thursday and the widespread controversy it has generated, Godfrey Dame has resorted to peddling more lies in an attempt to escape accountability. The thing about lies is that when you tell one, every lie you tell, you need 10 more lies to defend. So it grows exponentially. First, the Attorney General publicly stated at paragraph 2 of his press release of 23rd May 2024 that, quote, "The Republic has never required or desired the cooperation of any of the accused persons in the matter in which it has already succeeded in establishing a prima facie case against all the accused persons. Neither the Attorney General nor any officer from the Office of the Attorney General has approached any of the accused persons with a view to obtaining evidence from them." Have you heard it? In spite of all this that he has said, he has cleaned the mouth and is telling the public that he has never engaged anybody on this matter at all. It is glaringly clear from the tape recording you just listened to that this claim is a barefaced lie peddled by the dishonorable Attorney General and his office to deceive the public. In sharp contrast to this, to his earlier claim that he has never met any of the accused persons, the Attorney General now claims that he has actually contacted and met the third accused, Richard Jakpa, but that he met him only once at the residence of a Supreme Court judge, and that this meeting was not at his behest, but rather at the behest of a sitting Supreme Court judge who entrapped him. You now want to extend the lie to a Supreme Court judge. Ladies and gentlemen, all these claims by the Attorney General through his spokesperson are lies, and we have evidence to prove so. In addition to the voice recordings, we have other evidence by way of screenshots of chats on WhatsApp between Godfrey Dame and Mr. Jakpa, which further proved that the Attorney General contacted and represented a represented person without recourse to the represented person's lawyer.
Accra FM 105.
The charts further show that it was Godfrey Dame who chose to meet Richard Jakpa at the house of the Supreme Court judge, and not the Supreme Court judge who invited them.
So the first one is on the screen.
The first one.
The date, 16 February.
16 February 2022.
You know the mic. The mic. 2022.
16 February 2022. From Richard Jakpa. I'm humbly requesting for a time and venue at your convenience to meet you for a private discussion, please. Then, I'm most grateful for that kind gesture from you. Then hope to hear favorably from you.
Next.
This is all from
Accra FM.
Then you come down here. That is from Godfrey Dame. I will arrange through your brother. Thanks. That brother is the Supreme Court judge. So Godfrey Dame says he will arrange through the Supreme Court judge for them to meet. So the Supreme Court judge has not requested for any meeting in his house. It's Godfrey Dame who arranged the meeting. Then he said, okay.
Yeah, so no, hold on.
Yeah.
Go back. So as you read.
The charts show it was Godfrey Dame who chose to meet Richard Japa at the house of the Supreme Court judge. As you can see from this screen, this is a WhatsApp chat dated 16 February 2022, in which Godfrey Dame undertakes to arrange a meeting with Mr. Japa through his brother, actually his cousin, the Supreme Court judge, through a WhatsApp message sent at 7:32 p.m. This evidence totally belies Dame's contrived and ridiculous claim that he was entrapped. So he was not entrapped. He planned to use the Supreme Court judge to call the witness for whatever they wanted to set up. The next set of WhatsApp chats, WhatsApp exhibits 2, 3, and 4, dated 17th July 2022, shows Godfrey Dame receiving certain soft copies of documents from Mr. Richard Japa to facilitate his prosecution of the minority leader at 11:29 p.m., close to midnight. So if you hear Richard Japa saying odd and unholy hours and times, this is what he was referring to. This was immediately after the Attorney General had met Mr. Japa at the residence of the Supreme Court judge at the instance of the Attorney General. So these are documents which the Japa forwarded to Godfrey Dame after that meeting. I want to jail somebody. I don't have the documents. Can you help me? If you help me, I will free you. Then can you FM. And you got all these documents, and still the document could not incriminate anybody. And now you want him to lie on top of the documents. So these are documents. And in the next WhatsApp chat, WhatsApp Exhibit 5, dated 23rd November 2023, Godfrey Dame is seen to have placed a call at 10:40 a.m. to Richard Japa and followed it with a message at 10:49, acknowledging a message sent to him by Mr. Japa that the case had been adjourned to Thursday the following week. Bro, the case is adjourned to next week, Thursday. The man is still on admission fighting for his dear life. Then Godfrey Dame, okay, thanks. This, the final WhatsApp chat, WhatsApp Exhibit 6, dated Tuesday, 9th April 2024, shows evidence of a 26-minute phone call placed to Richard Japa by Godfrey Dame at 7:12 a.m. The morning of the day Japa was scheduled to testify in the court. The recorded one we played for you. It was the morning Japa was going to court to testify. And he was saying cash payment. Letters of this, meaning this. So go and tell them. But we don't have our own finance system in Ghana, which is different from the finance system everybody knows all over the world. How can you say that letters of credit is just cash payment? Somebody has taken the money without delivery, of course. And he was pushing him. And the man says, I have my conscience. I can't do it because I am being prosecuted by some lies somebody has told about me. So why do you want me to lie for another person to also prosecute when I'm feeling the pinch of how lies can be used to create a problem for you? So I'm not going to do it. You see, it is this telephone conversation that we have played to you, and it was in this conversation that Godfrey Dame, among others, asked Jakpa to fabricate a fake medical excuse duty to deceive the trial court. That's the claim by the dishonorable Attorney General Godfrey Dame, that he only met the third accused person once, and that same was true entrapment by a Supreme Court judge, is not only false but hogwash. You now agree? Ladies and gentlemen, following Mr. Jakpa's explosive testimony in court, and now I'm going to talk about the contrived plea bargain which Godfrey Dame is using as the reason for the meeting and all that. The Attorney General has falsely claimed through his spokesperson and various assigns that his engagement with the third accused was for purposes of plea bargaining negotiations at the instance of the third accused. We want to state for the records that there has not been any plea bargain meetings between the Attorney General and the third accused throughout this trial. All the letters being circulated by the Attorney General in the media dated 27th April 2023, 16th May 2023, 30th May 2023, and 12th June 2023 were proposals for amicable settlement and plea bargaining from Deep Sea LLC and Mr. Jakpa. All these proposals were rejected by the Attorney General, whereupon the trial court decided to continue with the hearing and adjudication of this case. Since then, the court has not been informed of the commencement of any plea bargain negotiations as required by Section 162C, Sub 3 of Plea Bargaining Act 2022, Act 1079. For emphasis, aside the letter submitted by Mr. Jakpa to the Attorney General for settlement or plea bargaining, which proposals were all rejected by the Attorney General, there has not been any meeting between either Mr. Jakpa or his lawyers on the one hand and Attorney General or his assigns on the other hand. It is worthy of note that all those letters were signed by lawyers of Mr. Jakpa. This means that, assuming the Attorney General had accepted to engage the third accused in plea bargaining negotiations, same should have been done with the lawyers of the third accused as required by Section 162A(3) of Plea Bargaining Act 2022, Act 1079. More importantly, the evidence of clandestine communication and meetings between Attorney General and third accused, which we have shown you, dates back as far as 16th February 2022, 17th July 2022, when no settlement or plea bargaining proposals have even been made by Big C and Mr. Jakpa. All these communication, telephone calls, WhatsApp chats and all that, they all happened in 2022. And you are flaunting letters you claim were issued in 2023 as the reason why you were calling. So it is neither here nor there. We have also played to you a recording of a phone call conversation held between the Attorney General and Mr. Jakpa as recently as 9th April 2024, a day Mr. Jakpa was scheduled to testify in court. It is evidently clear from the foregoing facts that the plea bargaining excuse being mounted by the Attorney General and his assigns are palpable lies calculated to divert attention from the critical issues at stake. The question every well-meaning Ghanaian should be asking is, why the Attorney General will refuse a proposal to settle this case, which will ensure the payment of 2 million euros to the state at a time our country is faced with economic bankruptcy. There was no wrongdoing on the part of anybody. Then somebody says he's sensitive about his company's reputation and so on, so he's prepared to pay 2 million euros to Ghana. I say no. If I take it, Atufosi will not go to jail. So let that 2 million go waste, and I find way of contriving evidence to get Atufosi nailed. These are the statesmen we have. Ladies and gentlemen, considering the scandalous nature of this recording and other forms of evidence we have shown you, we wish to make the following pressing demands as part of efforts to restore credibility to the Attorney General's office and Ghana's judicial system. Accra FM. 1. The immediate and unconditional resignation or dismissal of Godfrey Dame for bringing the high office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice into disrepute and public opprobrium. Clearly, Mr. Dame is not fit to hold himself out as Attorney General and Minister of Justice. He is unfit to be the leader of the Ghana Bar. 2. The immediate prosecution of Godfrey Dame for multiple violations of the laws of Ghana. We wish to make it clear that should President Akufo-Addo refuse or fail to prosecute him, a future NDC government will prosecute Godfrey Dame for this heinous crime of fabrication of evidence. 3. Commencement of disciplinary proceedings by the General Legal Counsel against Godfrey Dame and his disbarment for conduct unbecoming of a lawyer, and more importantly, the leader of the Ghana Bar. 4. A publicly televised parliamentary inquiry into this and other reports of judicial manipulations by Godfrey Dame with a view to censor Godfrey Dame to prevent the recurrence of such judicial manipulations. In conclusion, friends from the media, it is clear from the incontrovertible evidence we have adduced today that the government has no evidence of wrongdoing against the minority leader, but is only involved in fabrications to persecute him as retribution for his strong opposition to the economic mismanagement and general misrule of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. These damning revelations call into question the integrity of the case of the prosecution in the ongoing ambulance trial and the necessity for sale. Godfrey Dame has brought shame and disrepute to the honorable office of the Attorney General with his criminal, devious, and vicious conduct. He is a danger to fairness and justice in our judicial system and represents the lowest point in the history of persons who have occupied the hallowed office of Attorney General and minister.
Accra FM.
While we have pointed out many times that Godfrey Dame epitomizes all that is inherently wrong, investing both the office of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice in the same person, we believe that he has recklessly abused both offices and his continuous stay in office is no longer tenable. The primary responsibility of the Attorney General is to be the voice of rule of law, ensure the impartial enforcement of law, and advise the President and government to take actions that conform to law. More importantly, an Attorney General must be a shining example and a leading light for the bar, not a criminal-minded crook.
Okay, Crawford, how can you be? Obi awo anya politics a. Ubetimi ni your friend say helicopter asesa nyoma airton edi esuma si dwa. Ono dan pare. Anya politics a. O made $1 million. How can he afford his cigar? Kohiba no how can he afford? Ni pay your saying. Obeda ko na safo akoton yema. Oni sika oni kapre unimu no.
But now why Ansah now come with helicopter ne?
Kwabena details will come. What the me person me divert from corruption no ehun hia me.
Okay.
Wo mu de helicopter is some yoma. Eno de awasem ba de nyabotre. Wakota agwa bi achi wo de eno ho asem be enche. Me ba be raise asem no. Me person me divert. Kwabena say nya corruption. You know the many teaming boys. Awo MPP mu a. Say nya krono pa say yesi ya mobra. Say Kwabena yesi enti nyina ne ya mobra. Ni enfa say bi break and mortar crampo anya adwuma. Yen to asase si dan. Anya krono a Kwabena. Why na no wo dwetire wo de unim Jonkuma nom. Unim seka, miami nua seka, unim no. Omunyina, all of them, put all of them in one ayi. These square pegs, senya krono, how would they ever survive? John Jinapo, ni nua Abu Jinapo. Senya krono pa ni politics ya. So John Mahama's intuition in causing Vicky Hamer's exit from his government, alone, eulogized that person, John Mahama. And his moral high grounds say, he, John Mahama, is incorruptible and would not subscribe to anything because it is the only way a politician can make $1 million and now quit politicking. Meboa. So, I don't want to change. Kwabena,